Good afternoon, everyone. It is Pal Ponder on Weather coming to you live with live storm coverage this afternoon. We are expecting numerous widespread thunderstorms kind of breaking out essentially from the Ohio Valley all the way down into Texas. And so we're going to be doing kind of extended coverage between now into the evening time frame. So things are just now kind of getting started. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch in place for areas into Missouri. So we're going to go over the risk one by one and kind of keep you updated on what's happening for right now. So we do have, let's zoom into Missouri. That's where they do have the highest risk. This is the hail risk, folks. This is a 30% probability of seeing some significant hail today. That basically means that red shaded area, you essentially have 30% zone within a 25-mile radius. You may see a hailstone that could include a 2-inch or greater in diameter hailstone. That basically what that means when it's hatched like that. So that does include the St. Louis region all the way into portions south of there and a good part of central and southern Missouri. If you take a look at the yellow shaded area, that's where they have the slight risk. Now that's a little bit, less significant. That's about a 15%. So basically, just what that means, you could see the same type of hail, but it's much but it's much more isolated, right? So it's going to be a lot more isolated coverage rather than more scattered coverage. So that's why it's a big area. It doesn't imply everybody's going to see hail. By no means. This is overall, for the most part, is going to be a somewhat isolated event because we are expecting some severe thunderstorms that form out ahead of a cold front that will be coming in, and that is going to kick off. You can feel these areas. It's pretty muggy outside. You can feel the humid conditions. You can step outside and you just feel like, hey, I think something's probably going to happen. And you're right. So conditions are favorable for large hail. That is likely the most significant threat for this system, with a lot of colder air aloft with that cold front coming in. So the line does include a big area. So I know it looks a lot more than what it would likely going to be turning out to, but they have to include these areas because the whole atmosphere is susceptible. Once a supercell pops, you could be towering cloud tops, 50, 60,000 feet, likely probably not out of the question with some of these that could produce some of that larger hailstones that could cause damage. So anything over really quarter causes damage. Anything over, golf ball causes damage to your home and in your vehicle. So that's the situation today. Even though it is isolated, if you get hit under one of these hailstones, you're going to know it, right? So it is going to be isolated. There's probably going to be a lot of people that are going to be not seeing anything at all. And that's the nature of the beast of these severe weather events, because that's what makes them severe, because a lot of times they are somewhat isolated and kind of separate themselves. So yeah, we do have an elevated tornado risk. So let me talk about that. It is in areas of Missouri, and I think they have the greatest probability. It's right in this zone. This is the enhanced risk. This is why the Storm Prediction Center does in fact have that enhanced risk out for an increased probability. It's a 5% probability. It's not what we saw in Ohio and portions of Iowa, 2 days ago, but they could see that conditions are favorable of seeing a tornado or two within this region and this brown shaded region. And you can't rule out, in this type of environment, you can't rule out an isolated tornado popping up out ahead of the main line with these supercells starting to form. The main risk is going to be that large hail, but definitely can't rule out some tornadic spin up tornadoes within this section. I would think the most favored area, if I had to kind of pick some areas of maybe that it would include possible spin ups, is within the St. Louis region and further southeast of St. Louis within Missouri. And there's likely another pocket of instability in far northwestern portions of Texas and in southeastern Oklahoma. I feel with those two areas, those likely would have the greatest probability. If you're going to see a tornado or two, that is the areas that I'm mainly more concerned about. Hey, Justin, how are you doing? Hey, I appreciate the donation there. Hey, I'm at the border of Indiana, and are we okay? Yeah, so you're basically on the border there of that enhanced risk in southeast of Indianapolis. So Yeah, so we're waiting, we're watching this squall line, right? So let's take off this. So we got take this off. So we're watching. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch in place that did include areas into St. Louis. Does include Springfield. It includes the Jefferson City, Joplin. For that severe thunderstorm watch, it would warrant a possible scattered large hail. We're talking some, that 2 inch in diameter hailstones. Not out of the question. This would go on to about 8 o'clock. So within that risk, you have the scattered probability of seeing a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. Now, that doesn't mean everybody. This is the highest probability. This is what the atmosphere is capable of and would be a possible tornado or two. So, Justin, I think the answer to your question is once we get this is the squall line that we're concerned about right now. I think once we head into maybe the 6 o'clock time frame, yes, you got to be concerned. We're going to be doing live coverage throughout the duration of this event. And right now, this squall line does include some larger hail within this area. So we've already seen some. This is radar depicted, so which can be over embellished a little bit. So this is what the radar is detecting. But yes, the radar is detecting some 2 inch up to possibly 2.5 inch in diameter hailstones that's coming out of that supercell. What's actually reaching the ground is about 1.5 inches. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in place right now for those for areas into Morgan County and central Missouri. So it's already getting going in central Missouri there. This is for some hailstones that it does include about 1.5 inches in diameter, and that's right near the Stover area currently right now with very torrential heavy rain. Look at that deep red. That's an indication that's a definitely severe thunderstorm that would include up to ping pong size hail. So up to ping pong size hail. So it is one of those days, if you have a carport or if you got something to protect your car, under cover, I would definitely highly advise to do that. I mean, just the atmosphere is capable of, some significant hail today, and you don't want to be caught out guard because if your car gets damaged, obviously that would do a lot of damage to your car. And this is just kind of a pain to get that fixed and waiting for the everything to come in. But let me zoom out. Let me show you the big picture of what we're looking at here. So right now, most of the activity is just now kind of getting going. It's just south of the Davenport region. We do have a mesoscale guidance. This is one step lower than a severe thunderstorm warning. So these aren't severe currently, but they are having a little bit of squall line. You can see that the deeper yellows and reds starting to show up on the map. That's an indication it's trying to, intensify. We're heading towards in that peak heating. This was always going to be a peak heating event, right? So this prime time was going to be between 4 and 8. So we are coming on a little bit early to give you, extended coverage throughout the evening to kind of give you ahead of time so you can warn you guys ahead of time to maybe what's coming. So the squall line is just now kind of coming together, right? It's very faint. And as we get deeper into the afternoon, we will be seeing this trying to kind of fill in what they call back building. This would be back building further south into Arkansas through portions of Tulsa, through the southeastern Oklahoma. And eventually, I think it would make it down in the Texas region, maybe about 4 or 5 o'clock. And then this even extends further south into the Austin region as we get into later in the afternoon, later in the evening time frame. So it's a kind of a back building event. Everything starts on the northern tier in Illinois and as so far south as into Missouri. And this would be shifting east. And eventually, it would include Indiana, at least the southwest quadrant of Indiana. For the most part, most of Indiana is somewhat on the clearer side. It's just that tail end, the southeast tail end of Indiana that has to be on high alert until this squall line, kind of moves out. Once you get the activity, I think you're going to be good for the rest of the evening. Remember, severe storms don't like cold air, right? So we do have a fairly decent cold shot of air that will be coming in on the backside to kind of, clear the atmosphere out. And this would likely be one of the last severe weather threats. This is more of an extended range. Tomorrow, we do have, at least some marginal induced thunderstorms along the Carolina coast, down in portions of the southeast. But I'm not really expecting those. Are mainly going to be a wind event. I'm not really concerned about that activity as we head into tomorrow. First and foremost is the activity that what's happening right now. So we do have those supercells that's heading towards the Jefferson City region. You can see this activity. This activity does include some 1-inch diameter, 1.5-inch diameter hail at times coming in out of the Stover region. This is moving. Let's see. Let's get the movement on this. Yeah, 35 miles an hour. So it's essentially moving at 35 miles an hour with this supercell. So we can put a kind of a track on this to kind of give you, guesstimations on where this may be in a. So you're looking at Marvin in around 19 minutes, Barnett in about 28 minutes, High Point in around 35 minutes. This is where you could, in fact, get some of that 1.5-inch hail as this system will be moving due east about 35 miles an hour. So you can see from the extended view that'll eventually head over towards the Jefferson City region. That would be one of the bigger cities towards Jefferson City. And you can see St. Louis would be on the extension of that map, and it's about 2:30. So if you kind of do the math, yeah, that puts that squall line in and around the St. Louis area about 5 o'clock. So I would say about 5 o'clock with that cell kind of moving in. So you can see the longer we've been on, you can start to see the cells starting to fill in, right? We didn't really have anything about 10, 15 minutes ago. Further south, we are getting some action in towards the Pittsburgh region, down towards Joplin, and just looks like east of the Tulsa region. So these aren't severe, but it's just always an indication of the atmosphere starting to turn over, right? It's starting to turn over within this sector east of the Tulsa region. And this is the back building process that I think is going to unfold. So we should start to see this activity start to fill in, Ada down to Ardmore and eventually Gainesville. So you can see the trend here. It's going to be filling in on the backside. So heavy rain is also a threat. This was a flash flood warning earlier. Look at this, guys. I was checking this out. So this area has been inundated with very heavy rain. So you're talking some areas 3, 4. I was looking at it earlier, maybe 5 to 6 inches of heavy rain. This is on the border of Louisiana and right there into, let's see, just right on the border there. So let's look at some of these, rainfall estimates over the last 24 hours. This was pretty amazing coming out of this event. So let me show you this. This is what they call training convective complexes. I mean, it just trains over the same area. That is not a misprint, folks. That is 10 inches of rain. So you can see it's very isolated, right? Very isolated, but we've seen this kind of action. We've seen some flood, flash flood emergencies in some of these areas with just the abundance amount of water content in the atmosphere. If you get a thunderstorm that tends to kind of go over the same areas for an extended period of time, and that training, the allotment of the west-east motion, yes, you could get some serious rainfall in a short amount of time. And they did have a flood warnings. They didn't have a flood emergency, but nonetheless, I mean, just from the border there, that's 7, 8, 9, and some areas isolated 10 inches of rainfall. And this is just in the last, 24 hours. It's probably in the last 6 hours. Yeah, it really didn't change. That's in the last 6 hours. So you're talking 10 inches of rainfall in 6 hours. That is extreme, guys. That's definitely some serious heavy rainfall. So, all right, let's go back up and all right, so we don't have any current tornado warnings right now. So the main area I'm concerned about tornadoes tonight is going to be in Missouri, just from especially southeast from St. Louis, Missouri, all the way to the southeast Missouri, and likely some of the border southwest portions of Indiana there. And then there's another pocket of instability that should maybe, as this starts to back build later into the 6, 7, 8 o'clock time frame, right there into northeast Texas into Oklahoma. That would be likely another favored probability of seeing an isolated spin up tornado within this region. So you do have a tornado risk within Dallas and San Antonio and Austin. It's not like it's zero. It's not like a non-zero. I'm just kind of showing you my favored, probability areas. If you were going to see one tonight, that's probably what you're looking at with this activity. Yeah, so let's take a look. Let's take a look at some of the convective models. All right, so let's let this run. Now, this is just a model. Doesn't mean it's going to play out like this. It's just these models. These models run, every hour or so. So just kind of gives you an idea of what what may be to come on the latest 18Z. So yes, it does have some supercells. This is about 3 o'clock. This is a future radar. What we're looking at, possibly future radar. We could add some activity into the Davenport region. You'll get Galesburg back into Columbia. There's a pretty good significant cell if that comes to fruition towards Jefferson City. That could be a larger hail producer right there, just north of Springfield. But you can see the isolated nature as these little discrete supercells start to bubble up further south. Right, this is into the 3 o'clock time frame, and then heading into 4. This would be 4 o'clock. Now, again, this changes every hour. So this is just kind of gives you an idea of this isolated nature of this system. So yeah, so another, the cell that's coming out of Jefferson City would likely be just near the Quincy region. And then there's that squall line approaching the St. Louis region about 5 o'clock. So this is about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. This is future radar, what we're looking at. And as we head towards 6, those supercells are knocking on the doorstep of Springfield and into St. Louis. This is likely in the heart of kind of rush hour traffic. So this is kind of, not a good situation if you get caught in one of these hailstones, very heavy hailstones that comes out of this atmosphere, and possible tornadoes may be happening at the time within this region. So I would, in fact, probably we do have a severe thunderstorm watch until 8 o'clock within this sector, and you can see the isolated nature further south as you get into the border, the border of the Red River into Oklahoma and to Texas, and there's some isolated pockets of cells forming just south in and around the Dallas-Fort Worth area. There's another pocket of energy just south of maybe Killeen into central Texas. You can see the isolated nature of this activity along this line, and it's more intense further north where they do have that enhanced risk. So yeah, by 8 o'clock, this would be 8 o'clock. That would be a fairly nasty squall line coming through the Chicago region, through Bloomington, back through Springfield, and out of the St. Louis region. So St. Louis, you might be in it for about a 2 to 3 hour window there. It could be a bumpy ride before that moves out, and eventually that will head into Indianapolis. So it definitely appears this is maybe shifted a little bit further north in some of this latest guidance, what we're looking at currently right now. So this would be a fairly decent, significant squall line coming through the Chicago region, back through Fort Wayne, Indiana, through Indianapolis, and coming out of St. Louis, heading into Evansville, and then into Arkansas, through out of the Springfield region, out towards the Jonesboro region. And then it's just kind of more isolated as you get further and further south, along that line. But yeah, so this was actually the 18Z. I like this. This is the 18Z. That gives you the kind of the 48-hour picture of what could unfold over the next couple hours. But yeah, so going through that 8 o'clock time frame, if we stop it there, yes, it would have that kind of a elongated squall line from Chicago to Bloomington to Springfield and out of the St. Louis region at the 8 o'clock time frame, and then heading into 10. So this would be going into the evening time. That squall line would be approaching the Fort Wayne region, the Indianapolis region, coming out of St. Louis. It looks like it tries to back build on the backside with a little bit more instability on the backside. And then again, lighter amounts, more isolated as you fishtail further south. But yeah, if anything, that goes into midnight, folks. That would be another an extended view heading into would be 1 o'clock in the morning, coming through the Indianapolis region, through Cincinnati, through Louisville, there back through Lansing. So some of these areas actually got hit yesterday within Lansing, into the Fort Wayne region, and that eventually moved into Cleveland. So if anything, this activity looks to me has shifted a little bit further north than what some of the guidance was kind of saying earlier. And again, some isolated discrete supercells, maybe impacting Memphis, Tennessee, as we maybe head into the 1 o'clock in the morning time frame. So it definitely appears this activity could extend well into the evening, for sure, well into the evening, out ahead of the cold front. So again, that was just a future radar, kind of gives you an indication on what some of the latest guidance is, what we're looking at with some of the model data that's coming in. But that will update every single hour. So it just kind of gives you an update of what we're kind of looking at. So if anything does pop within an area, it definitely has the capability of producing some of those larger hailstones in that 2-inch variety. Most of them will be in the quarter range, but where they can be more significant would likely include that larger hail for sure within this environment. All right, let's look at this. Let's look at this cell out towards that's coming out of the Stover region. This was the cell we were looking at earlier. This one has that 1-inch hailstone associated with it. It was about 1.5. You can actually see radar depicted even higher than that earlier, possibly up some golf ball, maybe even up to 2 inches in diameter in some of these areas. This is the cell that's moving eastbound at 35 miles an hour. So you can see the trend on this movement. A lot of lightning associated with it. That just tells you it's a pretty intense supercell that's continued to move eastbound about 35 miles an hour. And I can switch around. This is the Tulsa radar. Let's zoom into the Tulsa radar now. We do have some activity just east of the Tulsa region. Likely not severe, but it doesn't take much with this environment to quickly turn severe with these cells as these continue to move eastbound. How's everybody else doing this afternoon? Hey, you should be watching live coverage on my Facebook as well as YouTube. If you are new to the channel, make sure you hit the subscribe button. Make sure you like the video. Definitely tells YouTube that we are doing live coverage this afternoon into the evening, so that gets this important information out to as many as possible. So I greatly appreciate all your support out there. So right now we've got looks like about 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in place. Right now they're kind of quarter-size hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind type of severe thunderstorms. We are kind of early. It's 2:42. Things, as I kind of showed you, things really don't get going until probably 4 or 5 o'clock. The main time frames are going to be, if anything, looks like 4 to 10 when we are looking at some of that extended range there. About 4 to 10 o'clock into the evening time frame. So we've got a long ways to go before we can send out the all clear. But yeah, this rain down here further south by Greenville, just north of Monroe, that's been fairly significant, folks. I mean, look at look at the training nature of this air mass that's coming through. I mean, remember Louisiana and Mississippi there for months there. They were in an extreme, if not an exceptional drought for an extended period of time. And then, gosh, what was it? Maybe it's been about 3 or 4 months now, but man, they slowly start to eat away at the drought. And then they completely wiped it off the map. And now they can't get rid of the rain. Now we're having flooding issues. So it's kind of feast or famine. So, but yeah, almost the entire state was under an exceptional drought. And some areas, I remember some areas in Louisiana were up to 40 inches below average at one point last year, which was pretty crazy. They get a lot of rainfall typically in Louisiana, but to be below 40 inches above, below normal is pretty kind of unheard of. So that's how desperate drought they were in. But they have wiped that off the map, and now they're getting flooding issues. That tells you how much rain they have gotten just in the last 2, 3, up to 4 months, in that region. And really, the Northeast has been getting hit hard with heavy rain. Man, they've just been waterlogged for much of the winter and really the early part of spring now. It seems like they get almost every system. And then Iowa has been missing the systems. Unfortunately, they did get hit hard with severe storms, but they did get some beneficial rains. But yes, they didn't want the severe weather that came along with it. So we're watching some activity in and towards the Davenport region, down towards Galesburg into Quincy. That further north is not severe, but it does have some 40-mile-per-hour winds with it. This is moving east at 50 miles an hour. It's got some half-inch hail, so that's nickel-sized type hail coming out of that cell right there. Looks like we got another severe thunderstorm warning did pop up for areas of Monroe City. Let's click on this one. All right, so this was issued by the St. Louis National Weather Service. This was coming out of the town of Center. This was moving northeast at 35 miles an hour, northeast at 35 miles an hour. So this is in northeastern Missouri. So it does have some quarter-size hail. And at times we've seen some 1.5 inches out of that cell. So it kind of pulses up and pulses down. So nonetheless, that's going to be the theme of these cells. It's going to produce, those quarter-size hail and possibly up to golf ball, and then some of the more significant ones up to ping pong size. I know the National Weather Service sent out a statement earlier when they did update that the largest cell they felt like tonight was going to be possibly 2.5 inches in diameter. That's just basically what the atmosphere is saying it's capable of. It doesn't mean it's actually going to happen. It just means the atmosphere would be capable of reaching that criteria. So I'm getting some questions out of Oklahoma and Texas. We'll zoom back down there. Not much going on right now. I wasn't expecting anything until really after 5 o'clock in much of Oklahoma and much of Texas there. So we'll be watching that. But right now, the main activity is further north. But you can see the back-building nature of these storms. We are seeing some back-building, which was expected. As we get further and further away from that line, we're starting to get some echoes starting to pop further south. So, and I feel like that trend will be continuing. So thanks everyone for tuning into live storm coverage. I appreciate all my followers out there on Facebook as well as YouTube. So we've been talking about severe weather for a while. It's been pretty active, folks. So after today, we're gonna enjoy the little more calmness that lies ahead with a cold front that will be coming through. So that's the good thing about this nature. Once we get past tonight, we do have some severe storms out towards the Carolinas and parts of the Southeast tomorrow, towards into Virginia. But those are marginal. I don't think those are going to be too very significant, mainly a damaging wind threat with those gusty supercells, because that activity continues to move east, and that's still going to be ahead of the main system. So But once this clears out, that cold front kind of stalls further south, and so then it's just a if you miss out on the rain in Oklahoma and Texas and portions of Arkansas with this setup, you ain't going to be missing out on the setup for Saturday because it is a widespread super soaker as that front kind of stalls down there, and you get what they call an overrunning type setup. So you get the system coming in from the west, you get the overrunning front in place, and that typically brings, like what we're seeing now, heavier rain, and some of those could lead to some isolated flash flooding, is like basically what they're getting right now just south of the Greenville region. So this is an isolated nature. This is almost like textbook nature. Not much else around it, right? Not much else around it. But we saw under the hood in the last 6 hours, this area got 6 to 10 inches of rainfall, right? So most areas outside of there didn't get anything. And they're like, what are you talking about? Where's all the flooding? Very isolated. All right. That's the nature of the beast of these isolated cells with these training thunderstorms like this. Very, 2-inch per hour rainfall rates times 6 hours. You can get, 6 to 10 inches of rain in a short amount of time. So the only thing they can hope for now is this has some sort of push and to continue to kind of push it out there. But that doesn't look to be the case, right? It's never a good sign when it's already rained 6 inches, 6 to 8 inches, and then you have more activity building back behind it, right? You got more activity building back behind this cell, so that could be significant. So we'll watch if they have to issue a flood emergency. But if you're down in that zone, if you live between, say, the Jackson region or Greenville region, just north of Monroe, just kind of be on high alert. I mean, that cell, it just doesn't seem to be going anywhere, like really anytime soon. Hey, so let me take some questions. So you're asking me if is Joplin in the clear? Yeah, most of the activity is right now in Jefferson City, so it's not even towards Springfield yet. It's not even in the St. Louis region. So it's still got to move through a good part of Missouri here. Hey, Snowies. Hey, Stormy. How you doing? Hey, King. Southern West Virginia going to get severe storms. Well, this is not going to make it to West Virginia tonight. I would not say West Virginia is going to get severe storms with this activity. It's pretty far away. By the time I think it gets to your area, if anything, it just might be some heavier rains tomorrow with some gusty winds. Yeah, so tomorrow they've got the complex down towards Birmingham, the Atlanta region towards South Carolina, North Carolina, portions of Virginia. Just a marginal risk. So, I mean, yeah. So by the time they make it into that region, they're going to be quickly. The cold front is going to be coming in, right? So you're going to have that colder air coming in on the backside, and it's going to kind of eat away some of that warmer sector. So right now, the front's more or less lagging behind this system, so it still has a lot more warmer air to contend with to be more severe. And you do have rotation, into central and southeastern portions of Missouri. So that's the favorite area that we're going to be, on the lookout for possible tornadoes within this area. So once this air mass hits this zone, I'm going to be on high alert within this region and watching this pretty closely, because this is the area that has the highest probability of rotation. Hey, I appreciate you subscribing, Quentin. Yeah, definitely hit the like button. Yeah, set up the 285 likes. Make sure if you're watching me on my YouTube channel, make sure you hit the like button. I greatly appreciate it. It basically tells YouTube you value my content, and the more likes it typically has, the more it gets shared out to others. So it's definitely helpful if you see value in what's happening this evening with this extended coverage, to hit the like button and share it on your social media channels. Let friends and family know. We do have a threat for hail and high winds and an isolated tornado threat tonight, especially in and around the Missouri region. I'd likely say southwestern portions of Indiana, and then getting into areas possibly just southern portions of Illinois as well. Hey, are we getting bad weather in North Texas, Frisco area? The latest runs on into Texas have not been very favorable for supercells. It's not like it's going to happen. It's always been more of an isolated event, but it's the risk is there. Definitely the risk is there for sure. But it's always been isolated. The event going in was always about 30 to 40% coverage. So, and again, that's what makes it severe. It's going to be an isolated area. So if you have a cell that pops and it does happen to turn severe, in these situations, you could possibly have one or two supercells, but sometimes that's all it takes. Once you have the atmosphere and it pops and it draws down some larger hail, that could leave a fairly significant hail swath in its wake. So even if you just have two of those, that would be actually extended coverage and widespread as far as hail goes. So that's just something that we're looking at, but it does appear it's definitely more isolated. The further south you go, it definitely appears it's a lot more isolated versus what's filling in right now towards Missouri and up towards into Davenport region that will likely go into Illinois later on this evening. Also, did you get a chance to see the total eclipse in the direct path? Yeah, it was. I saw from my backyard. It was pretty phenomenal. As once in a lifetime opportunity. I literally just had to go outside, go outside and look up. I've seen some partial eclipses in my life, but I've never actually experienced a total eclipse. And that day was actually a severe day, and we were expecting some clouds, a lot of cloud cover, living in the Dallas area, and fortunately, we saw a lot peaks of sun, and then it was like literally as soon as the totality was about to happen, the clouds just kind of parted. And as it was happening, it almost seemed like the eclipse was just kind of repelling the clouds. And at maximum totality, gosh, it was like crazy how clear it was. And yeah, temp drop. It ended up dropping 6 degrees at my house within that 20-minute time span, right at peak totality. And then it got really dark. Definitely got really dark. And then of course it moved on. So when it came back on the other side, once it went partial again, boom, the clouds came back. And so it was pretty amazing that I was able to actually see it, because it's going to be a long time before the next one. I'm going to have to travel if I'm going to see another one. The next one, more significant, more widespread across the nation, is going to be like what, 2045, 21 years from now. Yeah, there's one up in Canada, and there's probably one every single year where you somewhere around the world. But if you want to go in your backyard, it's they don't come around but once in a lifetime, really. Hey, Washington D.C., 75 degrees. That is definitely pretty warm for Washington D.C. for sure. Yeah, the good thing is you're going to get this cool snap, right? And you get this cool snap, and then you actually get another cool snap into next week. So you probably won't be seeing 75 for a while after this cold front comes through. Yeah. So what is it here? I don't know. I had it 90 degrees today. It's almost 3 o'clock. Hmm. Yeah, it looks like we had some down power lines, some outages off 1601 road there into Missouri earlier. This was around 12:41 as this cell came through. Looks like some more storm damage in Clinton. Yeah, some down power lines with that event. Estimated time on radar was about 1:19. So yeah, you can see these squall lines come through are packing a punch with some higher winds. And so I've got the storm reports. It'll start filling in as activity takes place. Okay, looks like 83. All right, so let's zoom in. It looks like we've got a more intense supercell likely starting to form here coming out of the center area just north of Bowling Green. So yeah, some 1.5 inch hail being detected on some ping pong size hail potentially, and some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So this is a fairly significant supercell forming, and in and around the Bowling Green is in the path. New London down into Perry, Clarksville into Frankfurt area, Terrence. All those areas definitely be on high alert. If you got your car in the driveway, if you got a probability of putting that car under cover, I would highly advise. It looks to be damaging hail out of this cell, and this is moving east about 35 miles an hour. So this is not moving as significant. But look, the radar is detecting 3 inches, folks. I mean, 3 inches. The radar is detecting out of this supercell. That may not be reaching the ground, so it may be inflated just a little bit, but nonetheless, you can see how significant this hail is. It is, with definitely these deeper purples starting to form. Let's see. All right, so we're getting confirmation. This is probably delayed a little bit, but yeah, 2 inch hailstone, 2 inch hailstone, 2 inch in diameter. That's basically between golf ball and ping pong size hail. You can now actually see this growing in nature here as this system continues to push off, push off to the east here at 30 miles an hour. Oh, and it's got a little notch here too, so it's actually showing signs of rotation too. So we're going to watch this cell closely. Yeah, it looks like the leading edge of that rotation is approaching Highway 61 there. This is north of Curryville. This is north of Bowling Green. So this is a dangerous supercell, likely the most significant of the day so far. So we're looking at definitely some larger hail with this supercell. And now we do have some confirmed rotation within this supercell as this continues to move eastbound about 30 miles an hour. So it's crossing over Highway 61 at the moment. So Louisiana, possibly Pittsville. This is moving due east. Pleasant Hill. Those are areas likely in the path of this cell. Yeah. So here's the velocity map right here, and then here's the actual inflow notch of this cell that we're watching as this moves across eastbound at 30 miles an hour. So this is definitely showing some torrential rains. It's showing some nasty hail coming out of that system, and those deep purples continue to enhance as it continues to move further eastbound. Let me pull up my other. All right, so it looks like yes, we do have some confirmed rotation within this cell. This is just south of Frankfurt, south of the Frankfurt area in Ashburn. Yeah, so there's the leading edge of this rotation. We're watching this cell closely. So this is a nasty supercell that is developing. You can see the hail core to just to the north of there, but the area south of there is rotating, folks. So we are concerned about a possible tornado trying to form. So you got great inflow coming in on the south side. So that's typically feeding this storm as this continues to show uh, subtle signs of rotation within this supercell. And we got another system waiting in its wings. We have another system waiting in its wings. Look at all the intense lightning. That just gives you an indication this is gaining in intensity, and the purple's starting to turn darker. That also gives you an indication of this cell starting to turn deepen as well, coming out of Champ. This is south of the Vandiver area, heading towards Benton City. So this is heading towards Benton City, just south of Highway 54. So this would be south of Highway 54 there. So we got rotation to the north, just south of the Frankfurt region. And then we have another cell just on the southern flank of there that's also producing some fairly significant hail, at times showing about 2 inches in diameter on radar. And those continue to move eastbound at this is moving at 40 miles an hour. So with that cell, we've got Mexico in the path. These are smaller cities: Farber, Martinsburg, Rush Hill, down to Benton City, down towards Thompson region. So those areas are in the path of getting some of that 1 to 1.5 inch hail at times. But the most significant cell still appears to be towards the south of Frankfurt. Looks like right now it has come down, so it's not showing as significant it was earlier. You see the deep purple starting to lessen a little bit. You don't see the blues on the map anymore. All right, so let's extend it out. All right, so let's tap into the Springfield radar. Yeah, it's still pretty isolated further south you go. Still a little bit of activity further south into Tulsa. You look at the Dallas radar, nothing happening right now. Nothing has popped yet. But there's the Jackson radar. That's the flash flood warning that continues to dump some torrential rains. Look at all that lightning associated with that. And that training aspect continues. It just keeps reforming on the backside. You have another system coming in. Yeah, this is how you lead to flash flood emergencies when you see situations like this. This yellow shaded area has seen 4 to 8 inches of rain already, some isolated 10-inch amounts. And yes, we have more rain coming in. This is north. If I zoom out here, this is on the border of Louisiana. So this is the far northeast quadrant of Louisiana and Mississippi there. It's in south of Greenville, south of Greenwood, Clarksdale. So if we click on the actual city, this is where the flood warning is right now. But areas to the west have picked up a lot more rain than this. But yeah, I'll show you. Yeah, this is the isolated nature of the beast here. Yes, look at that, 7, 8 inches, folks. That's just in the last 6 hours. You see how isolated it is? Yeah, this is why they have the flood warnings in place. And you see it's reforming, so it still continue to reform. So that area that got 6 to 8 inches, it continued to pour in the same area. All right, let's go back to the St. Louis radar. Hey, high school doubleheader baseball game, 5:30. McKinney, thoughts if we get the game around or not? Yeah, it's just an isolated opportunity. I mean, this was a 30% probability and having some isolated cells forming within Dallas and much of Texas. So yeah, so 30%. So 70% of you probably won't see anything tonight. It's not a widespread event, anything like that. If you're looking for rain, you're going to get it, Friday and especially into Saturday. But this was not a heavy rain event. It's not a washout. It's a severe threat with isolated supercells, and more isolated further south you get. Hey, Deborah, just got out of the hospital last night. Is Princeton included? Yeah, I mean, Princeton's under the map. Are they going to get anything? It's yet to be determined. Again, very, very isolated down there. There's nothing happening right now. So it's not one of those events that it's going to be widespread. Many of you are going to say, oh, it's a bust. And, I never got anything at my house. You really weren't supposed to, right? And isolated natures are just that. I mean, 30% coverage, 70% of you probably won't see anything further south. Where they do have the enhanced risk is where we're getting more scattered activity. So I would call this scattered, right? So this is a scattered activity. You see the supercells, you see a lot of gaps. This is definitely a lot of gaps. There's a lot of holes in this area, but it's under an enhanced because it's more scattered, right? The slight risk is isolated. It looks a lot worse than it's going to be because it's such a big area that has the capability of seeing that larger hail. It definitely doesn't mean it's going to be a widespread event, anything like that. It just means that whole area, the environment is ripe. If it does pop and you get one cell out of that, definitely could produce some significant hail, and it could be a hail swath that could last for an extended period of time. And most of these do. I mean, you can see the nature of this hail, right? Once it pops, then you're going to leave a swath in its wake, right? So you got this same cell continuing to dump very, big hail. They look radar almost 3 inches in diameter. So what's reaching the surface is probably closer to 2, but the radar is seeing it up above the clouds there and detecting some 3-inch hail. But you can see the deep purples, right? So you already know there's some significant hail under that. And look at the hail core, right? So that's a fairly good sized hail core. This is all moving east. So Benton City, this is Martinsburg. So what we're looking at is areas into Missouri. This looks to be north of Alton, possibly north of the St. Louis region, because most of this activity is moving eastbound at 40 miles an hour. So it is dumping some ping pong size hail at times. But yeah, that's a pretty decent sized hail core right there. South of Benton City. There's another one southwest of Jefferson City. Not as big, but at times the radar has detected some golf ball to 2-inch in diameter. And that's going towards Barnett, towards the Eldon region, just south of Jefferson City. So you can see there's actually 3 separate cells, right? You can see the isolated nature, 3 separate cells that were kind of mainly ion. Hey, staying pretty sunny over here in Indianapolis. How late will the atmosphere stay stable? Um, Yeah, it looks like it won't be in Indianapolis until late. I mean, we were looking at possibly 10 o'clock in the evening. So it's still going to be a little bit for possibly it heads into Indianapolis because it's still a ways out. I mean, if we zoom out here, there's St. Louis, and it doesn't reach St. Louis until about 6 o'clock. So we still have another 3 hours to reach St. Louis. So yeah, it might not be in Indianapolis until closer to 10, maybe 11 o'clock. So it does look to be you still get the storms. You definitely looks to still get the storms. It's just going to be a while. But yeah, if the sun is out, that's typically means it's adding instability in the atmosphere. But then you get the combination of losing some of that instability once it gets deeper in the evening as well. So it's right now these are peak heating storms. So we're heading in towards peak heating. So at 3 o'clock, typically peak heating is around 4 to 5 o'clock. That's when the atmosphere is the warmest. You're still warming up. So anything that pops between now and say 8 o'clock is likely going to be the most severe because they have daytime heating to work with. And then once you get in the evening time frame, yes, you still get good severe storms 24 hours a day, but you lose one aspect of it, which is the daytime heating event. Yeah, if conditions are right, you're still going to get severe weather 24 hours a day, but they're typically stronger during a lot of times. It's no cookie cutter, but so thanks everyone for tuning in. Hey, right on, I appreciate it. Will Columbus, Indiana, get hit hard? Uh, let's see. So Columbus right here. So yeah, that's going to be a little bit further on. I don't know about hitting hard, but you do appear to get a squall line in Indiana later on tonight. It seems to elongate pretty widespread and actually impact the Chicago region. And as it just starts to fill in even more and more as we get deeper into the evening. Yeah, if anything, it looks like it's lasting longer than originally thinking. So um, let's see, Sandburg, Tennessee. All right, so there's Sandburg. Yeah, you're still a ways off. I mean, you're in Tennessee. You're definitely still a ways off. You're that might not be until later into tomorrow morning, but likely not severe once it starts heading into your area. So there's probably not anything to be concerned about into Western Tennessee. But yeah, we do have some squall lines coming through. Uh, that produce less severe hail. That quarter size variety, but I wouldn't say that it's not like you're going to get anything, but it probably won't be significant. So we're still watching activity further south. You can see not much activity heading into southeast Oklahoma. Much of Texas here, it's still pretty dry. Nothing's happening yet. Yeah, St. Louis tonight. Yeah, we looked earlier. It looks to be about 6 o'clock. Um, NY 6 o'clock into St. Louis. So I am expecting, a higher probability of tornadic spin ups. So your atmosphere will be rotating. So that 6 to 8 o'clock is your window of possible, large hail and tornadic supercells in your area. But you're still a good 2 hours away, 2 to 3 hours away. Sykeston, Missouri. Let's look that up. All right, there's Sykeston. So that's okay. So you're not so far from Tennessee there. So yeah, kind of the same situation. So you do have that leading edge of some activity just to the north of you. So it's not like you're not going to get anything, but they definitely it's just going to be a while. It's going to be a while for your area. It's probably going to be towards maybe the 9 o'clock time frame. I would say 9 o'clock in your area. How's Tarrant County looking tonight? It looked, Abigail. I mean, looked like most of the activity was going to form near the I-35 corridor if it did pop. But right now there's not much happening into Texas there. And some of the latest runs were definitely a lot more isolated than what they were showing earlier. Hey, Elizabeth. Hey, what time in Frisco and Prosper? Yeah, kind of the same situation, just a little bit more isolated activity down there. Yeah, 30% probability if they pop or not. So it's really yet to be determined where a supercell does pop. I mean, we're watching it, so there's nothing, and nothing was really supposed to pop down here till like 5. So I'm not expecting anything down here until at least 5 o'clock. So feel free to type in a city if you want me to look at what you may expect tonight. Just see Phillipsburg, Missouri. Let's see. Oh, Phillipsburg. Oh wow, you're all right. So you're okay. So you're just about north of Springfield. So you're just north of Springfield. Yeah. So you're getting that back building nature of it. Looks like most of the instability is to your north. So you are getting sporadic activity, but you can see the line starting to fill in. So you're not that far away. I mean, I don't really feel like much is going to be building back behind this main line. So you're probably about another hour or two away. And we'll just have to see if these cells do get their act together before they hit your area. But right now it's pretty isolated further south you go. Most of the activity, if you can see the trend, most of the activity is lifting north, right? So you can definitely see as we get further and further north, it's definitely filling in a lot more towards Galesburg and to Davenport. This is the activity that's likely heading towards Chicago within a couple more hours now. So yeah, if anything, the trend has been lifting further north with this whole system. Anything for Ohio today? No, it won't make it to Ohio today. I mean, you could get some definitely weakening rain, into the overnight hours, once it heads towards Indianapolis, like 10, 11 o'clock. But yeah, you're too far away to happen actually today. And they would probably be not severe once they make it in your area. All right, so there's south of St. James there. Okay, so all right, yeah, you're probably going to get some activity. Just this is the squall line that's moving through Jefferson City, so you're definitely in the bullseye there in Rolla. Yeah, so just northeast of Saint Robert there, southwest of St. Louis. Yeah, that squall line's about an hour away. I would say it's about an hour away. It's not moving southeast, it's moving east. So it would definitely have to build by Laura, but you're not that far away from getting this activity. And there's not much back behind it. Hey Sandra. Hey, I appreciate you watching every day. Greatly appreciate your support. Hey, I'm new to Texas in the Argyle area from California. This is awesome that what you do for people. We had nothing like this in California. Yeah, it's definitely a different kind of weather than California. uh, yeah, so this is springtime and this is spring storm season, right? There's almost some form of severe weather almost every day in the part of the country. And um, I mean, even tomorrow, there's at least a marginal risk, but we're going into one of those times that I think we are going to get a little bit of a lull. But, looking at the extended data, it still appears we revamped big time after the cool snap coming in. Looks like we warm up in a big way for the center part of the country. And the next event would likely be towards, I would say that 26, it definitely appears 26, 27, 28th time frame definitely appears from the southern plains, central plains, the Great Plains, all the way into the upper Midwest. Looks like another potential setup that we're going to be looking at. It's about a week away at least, but we're going to be taking a respite from the severe storms after this, which is a good thing. I'm sure most people are. It's been pretty active lately, really since the middle of March. It's actually been pretty active over the last month with severe storms. So this little cool snap that we're getting, that's definitely a welcome relief of bringing in some cooler air. But we do rapidly warm up in a big way in the middle part of the country. And I was looking at some of the dew points this morning, which is crazy high. They surged in the 60s all the way to the Canadian border. Not that unheard of for April, the middle, end of April, but that just tells you, it's getting as we get deeper, as daytime heating continues to warm, you got longer daylight hours, and you got more moisture coming in off the Gulf. Just adds more fuel to these thunderstorms, and then you still get these troughs coming in out west. So it looks it looks still favorable for severe storms as it comes back for the end of the month. And I think that just continues through May. So it appears that we're still going to be an active time through the heart of severe weather season. This is typically you can get severe weather 12 months out of the year, but this is typically where you get the most, especially mid-April, mid-May. Those are always favorable times for more widespread across the country. Hey, yes, Roy hasn't been live when I can help. How likely will football practice be played at 6 o'clock? It just depends on if you get a cell pop down there. It's not a rain out, it's not a washout type of event, but these are just isolated cells. So, I mean, it wouldn't be a washout like Saturday. If you've asked me, it's like, hey, am I going to play Saturday? Well, probably not. It's going to about 100% chance of rain. You have a 30% rain. So when you got to think about it in the summertime when you have a 30% chance of showers, you probably wouldn't bat an eye, right? But the problem is if anything does pop, it's going to turn severe. So it's not just a normal 30% chance of showers. It's a 30% chance of if a cell does pop, you're going to get rain along with that damaging wind and the hail. But right now there's nothing going on. So everything's further north. So yeah, everything's in Missouri. Everything's coming out of this is where they do have the enhanced risk. This was the likely more favored area to see in the highest probability of severe weather tonight. We were seeing some rotating supercells. Nothing confirmed or didn't have a tornado warning, but it definitely showed rotation there for about 10 minutes on radar. So we're getting into a little bit more favorable environment, especially the closer we get into St. Louis. So it's really in between St. Louis and Evansville. I would say Bloomington. This area right here. This is my concern. This is the area that I'm really eyeing here. That because this will head towards that 6 o'clock time frame. I think that you have the highest probability if there were going to be a tornado tonight. I would say I would pick it right here. I see nothing on radar in North Texas. When is this supposed to hit Denton? Hey, Sarah. Yeah, there is definitely nothing on radar. I mean, in fact, there technically wasn't supposed to be anything on radar to at least 5 o'clock. So, hey, I'm originally from St. Louis. I still have family there. Yeah, I'm definitely keeping an eye on St. Louis for sure. Yeah, right now the activity's over Jefferson City. So we got basically 3 distinct cells that we've been watching for an extended period of time, lined up through Jefferson City. Looks like Wellsville, as well as into Louisiana. That's the most significant hail core. That's continuing moving east, heading towards White Hill. Eventually, that's going to get very close to Springfield. Yeah, further north into Quincy and into Galesburg and coming out of Iowa City into Davenport, those aren't severe. You can definitely see it's a lot more scattered. It's a lot more filled in out there. Hey, I met Ben when he was in Madison, Wisconsin about 12 years ago. He's a very intelligent man. Are the models showing that we're still supposed to get something in North Texas around 4 to 5 o'clock? It's been very isolated, Lauren. It's just been pretty isolated. It's not as filled in as it was earlier. Some of the earlier runs, I can tell you that. Yeah, we have soccer at 5, trying to see if we can actually do anything. I would just honestly, I would just continue on your normal evening, and I will be here with extended coverage. But yes, in this environment, it's probably not going to be, if a cell does pop, it's going to quickly turn severe. So it's going to be one of those things. You're just going to have to keep an eye to the sky. Because I mean, the atmosphere is prime. That's it. That's basically all I can tell you is it is prime. So you just have to kind of keep an eye to the sky. But I would probably just continue, further south into Oklahoma and Texas. I would just continue into your normal plans until I see something on radar that something actually pops. It definitely is not as filled in as it looked like earlier. That's for sure. Hey, just tuning in. How does it look like in San Antonio? Hey, Jim, how's it going? Yeah, kind of the same deal. This was going to back build further. I mean, it wasn't supposed to be in San Antonio till after like 8, 9, 10 o'clock. If it is done, if it does actually make it all the way down there. But yeah, nothing to be concerned about at the moment. I'll zoom into Texas again. Nothing's really happening. Hey, my Tempest says 78 degrees and dew point 66. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, the forecast was 90 today. Looks like it's 84 right now in Dallas. You get what they call compressional heating. It could still spike to 90 degrees, depending if you get some of these cirrus clouds out of here. It looks pretty cloudy out there. How does Dyersburg, Tennessee look compared to the rest? All right, let's see where you're at. All right, so there's Dyersburg, Tennessee on zoomed out. So you got the first initial band trying to get its act together, and then you're going to push this band as it comes crossing into St. Louis. So yeah, it's going to be later on this evening. So you're still a couple hours away, but you're likely going to get some activity closer to, I would say, towards 8 o'clock. It's going to be close, getting near your area, 8, 9 o'clock. So it's still a ways away. It's still a ways out for you. Hey, it was very warm and humid when I left Destin. Yeah, it's just going to be that time of year. I mean, you gotta realize. I mean, this whole area has gotten clocked with heavy rain. I mean, this is completely saturated. Much of the southeast is completely saturated. So when you have a south wind, it's going to draw those dew points well north, right? So it's going to run over these saturated soils. Not just the Gulf, but inland. So when you have a wet soils, it has that to go over. So that's going to keep it more humid, especially as you heat up. So it's kind of that's why it's sometimes it's hard to get out of these these systems, because these systems kind of feed off each other. So you have that atmosphere. That's why droughts continue to be in the droughts, and you have floods continue to be in the floods, because you have the same pattern kind of repeating itself, and it's going over those saturated soils. It takes a lot to break up, a situation like this, and especially if you're going into peak spring season, you're actually going into more favorable environments where you have higher temperatures and higher dew points. So that every single day, just your overall averages continue to go up. You have the sun angle changes, and then you have more daylight, so you have more opportunities to stay warmer for longer, and then it's running over that atmosphere, so you have some of the higher dew points. And of course, the higher the dew points, the higher humidity, the more rain's going to fall. So I mean, it's one of those things. That's one of the reasons why this atmosphere, it continues to train over the same area. It's not moving. The low steering currents is not moving it along. So it continues to train over the same area. Hey Carla, what's the probability for a prosper tonight? What time frame? Yeah, so I mean, again, you're probably looking 5 to 9. I mean, there's no certainty. It's not one of those things that you're saying, hey, it's going to be it's more of it's just an isolated event. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's a very isolated event, and sometimes you could have maybe one or two supercells in Texas, and that could be it. But those could be pretty severe and drop some pretty significant hail. But I'm watching it. There's nothing that's popped. Most of the action is continues to be into the Missouri region. There's Carbondale. There's Carbondale. That activity has some quarter-size hail associated with it coming out of the Anna region. That looks to be shifting northeast. So you got different movements on these cells, but the trend is north and northeast. You can see most of the movement on these cells are either east or northeast. And it's definitely more scattered the further north you go. Hey, I've got my focus on far western Kentucky, but definitely western Tennessee for late this evening. And so tonight, I think that's going to be a heck of a target for a decent tornado. Yeah, later on this evening. So we'll watch that Booze Traveler. Hey, appreciate your support. Thanks for watching the channel. All right, so let's put the watches back on, see if they actually added anything. So we still have the severe thunderstorm watch in place. This continues to 8 o'clock, and this will likely be extended. So scattered large hail, more isolated, very large hail, up to 2 inches in diameter probability. Wind gusts maximizing at possible 70 miles an hour. Okay, looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm watch. So they just issued this further south for portions of Arkansas. So this is a brand new severe thunderstorm watch. This goes until 11 o'clock this evening. So this was issued for western Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma. So yeah, thunderstorm coverage intensity is expected to increase along a cold front currently moving southeast across eastern Oklahoma. Robust activity, strong vertical shear will support supercell thunderstorms containing up to 2 inch in hail in diameter, some winds of 40 to 65 miles an hour. So that's a brand new severe thunderstorm watch that did include, as those areas look to continue to backfill. So it looks like it does include areas of southeast portions of Oklahoma, McAllister, Antlers, Boswell, into Yugo, maybe right along the Red River there. So this goes until 11 o'clock. Yeah, brand new severe thunderstorm watch just got issued. So we'll likely see these watches get extended. This one goes until 8 further north. Yes, this would likely be extended, probably including Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Louisville, likely Fort Wayne. After 8 o'clock, this would likely be extended. And then likely extended in the Memphis area, maybe even include Nashville later on, and well into the overnight hours. Central Ohio. So yeah, if you do get some rain tonight, it's going to be well after midnight. It's going to be in Indianapolis towards 10 to 11 o'clock. And once it makes into Columbus, most of it's going to be kind of falling apart, and yeah, would definitely likely not be severe. Hey, I know it's going to be a cool down starting tomorrow across the eastern and central states, but I think it's going to last a full week, like some of the local forecasters are predicting. Yeah, well, especially areas east. So you do have another trough come in. So you have the cold snap comes all the way down to the southeast, with that cold front dropping further south and stalling out, producing the heavier rain. And then Monday mornings, pretty widespread, chilly conditions. And then you do have another fairly decent trough coming in for the Ohio Valley, much of the Mid-Atlantic, much of the Northeast. The reinforcing shot of cooler air probably lasts until Thursday of next week. Like you said, possibly another week, while much of the middle part of the country warms up big time. And by then we will likely be talking about our next severe storm event. But it definitely appears you got about a week. We do have about a week that we won't be talking about severe storms, besides the marginal risk tomorrow. Hey, Lindsay, can someone fill me in on Salina and Prosper? Anything I missed? No, Lindsay, you didn't miss anything. We're just doing extended coverage. There is some risk, goes all the way south into San Antonio. Not much activity, I can tell you. Some of the latest guidance does look to be a lot more isolated. This is not a widespread event if anything happens down there. So something to keep an eye on, but nothing to be terribly concerned about, because it doesn't look, it's not a widespread event. It's not one of those things where a lot of the areas are going to get hit. So it's going to be very, very, very isolated. All right, so it looks like they extended the severe thunderstorm watch just a little bit further off to the east there. Portions of Hope, just right on the border, right along the Red River. And that's that backfilling nature of the system. That's the backfilling nature of this of these cells that are filling in from as it elongates, ahead of the cold front. So it's all about the cold fronts. You got the warm sector, and that's what's going to cause the air to rise. You have some sort of lift, and then peak heating. We still have another hour left to heat up. So we're still going to have, and obviously the warmer you get, probably the more severe it's going to be. So the warm front's lifting north. This is what's going to cause the severe storms. So once St. Louis gets north of that warm front gets north of St. Louis, then that puts this whole area under the gun on the southern side there. So that's why I feel like the increased tornado threat is going to be starting to maximize. And then there's the cold front further off. So right now it looks like it's in the Tulsa region. It's past Norman, and right now, let's see, in Texas, it's towards the Bridgeport region. So nothing is formed. Nothing is formed out ahead of it. But the cooler air has made it to Bridgeport. It looks like Mineral Wells. Yeah, so there's the big picture. There's the cold front. So anything back behind it, so like Topeka, Emporia, Wichita, you're done, right? You're clear. Ain't nothing happening back there. Once that cold air moves in, you're not going to see anything from this activity. So it's all about the warm sector. Out ahead of it, there's the cold boundary further north into Davenport, heading towards Quincy. You're just getting some isolated stuff. These will likely not be, severe because you're going to be in the cool sector. Once you get to Chicago, though, those, as long as it, going to be a race who gets actually there first. That's why this activity moving southeast has the higher probability. You're going to be south of the warm front, and you're going to be more likely in a more favorable environment for a longer period of times because the cold front is going to be well off to your west. It looks like we got another damage report of at 12:41. That was about 3 hours ago. Some more power lines down from that activity earlier. But right now the cold front has moved through that area, so you're going to be done as far as the severe weather goes. Hey, can I grill out in Aubrey? Yeah, I would go ahead and grill out. I would just continue to live life like normal. This is nothing pressing. So I mean, yeah, these isolated natures, just one of those things. You only could take one or two cells. So, one or two cells essentially from Dallas to San Antonio is a massive area. So, but if you happen to be under one of those two cells, you're likely going to get some larger hail. Hey, Billy. Yeah, I mean, I would just, again, so we're just kind of waiting for stuff if there's something going to pop out here. This is the first activity I actually see the atmosphere trying to turn over, and it doesn't look like much, but there's something. At least it shows some sign of activity down there. So this is what you look for. Anything like this that shows, the cloud tops trying to overcome the Capit inversion, cold front out ahead of it. You got the upward rising motion air. So yeah, definitely in a favorable environment. A lot of parameters are pretty ripe down there. So it's not going to take much, but yeah, we'll just watch this. Sometimes in this environment, they can literally go from that to golf ball size hail in like 20 minutes. So we'll put a time clock on it, 3:47. So we'll see how long, if that does actually start to form. All right, let's get back towards the Jefferson City region. It's definitely starting to fill in a little bit more widespread than earlier. You can see kind of the continuation. It's not as separated as it was earlier, if you will. Definitely not as separated. So we're definitely starting to see a more widespread activity starting to form where that severe thunderstorm watch is. Hey, what's your take on anything happening in Berry County in southwest Missouri? So that would be like Springfield area. Yeah, I mean, you're under the watch. This is starting to fill in further south. So I would likely say some of these would likely probably turn severe in the next 30 minutes to an hour or so. So yeah, you're probably about an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours away. Should I be super worried in the St. Charles area tonight? Let's see. All right, so there's the city of St. Charles. Yeah, I mean, well, you're north of the warm front, so the warm front is lifting north. So, um, I mean, yes, you're not in the most favored area. I could say that, but you are under the severe thunderstorm watch. You're north of the warm front, but you are getting the activity, and it's still producing some pretty significant hail back behind it. So, um, these are moving due east. So you got one cell south of Pittsfield, and got one cell south of Bowling Green, and this is where you're at. So these cells further north aren't going to hit you. So it's this activity that's coming out of Fulton and Hermine. That's the activity that you got to be concerned about. And right now it's not severe, but it definitely is moving to a favorable environment. So it's one of those things you're going to have to keep an eye on for the next hour or two. And then there's the cold front back towards Marshall. Hey, Nick's weather. I'll be chasing soon. Will this miss Anna? Yeah, I mean, I can't pick a particular city if it's going to hit that city or not, especially further south when it's so isolated. It's just one of those things that as long as you're ahead of the cold front, you got favorable environment of watching anything that might pop further south. And if you start to see more numerous activities start to form, then they would likely start to extend that severe thunderstorm watch. But I don't see anything right now for them to warrant that at all until you have a more favorable environment. Okay, it looks like we have a tornado warning, folks. All right, so we have our first tornado warning of the day. So let me take the watch off. All right, so this is the one cell that we've been eyeing for a while that was actually showing rotation earlier. So now, in fact, we are getting a confirmed rotating supercell on radar. This is for southeastern Pike County and west central Illinois. So we do have a confirmed tornado warning. Not a confirmed tornado, but a warning that does include a golf ball size hail. We had a system that was located over Pleasant Hill, moving eastbound around 30 miles an hour. So let's put the track on this cell. All right, so locations in its path are Nebo in about 7 minutes, Strout in about 16 minutes. These are areas that need to take cover. Old Peril in 22 minutes, Green Pond at 23 minutes, down towards Hillview in 34 minutes. This is a rotating supercell. Brand new tornado warning. Pleasant Hill. We got a system that's located over the Pleasant Hill area. Let me switch radars for you. All right, so there we go. So there's the inflow notch coming back. Yeah, so let's look at this. So here's our rotating supercell over the Pleasant Hill area. This is moving eastbound about 35 miles an hour. So locations in its path are going to be Nebo into Pearl, into Hillsville. Those areas are in direct line of this rotating supercell. Yeah, so that little inflow notch came back. So we saw that earlier about 30 minutes ago, but a little bit more pronounced this time. Yeah, so this is the southern flank of the system. So you got the hail core to the north, and you got the rotating cell to the south. I could put the split screen on so you can actually get a better picture of what we're talking about. All right, so you see what we're talking about. This it's this activity right here. It's this little inflow notch. That's where it's rotating as this continues to push east about 35 miles an hour. So we do have a tornado warning in place for west central Illinois as this continues pushing eastbound. So if I expand the view, you can kind of get your bearings and see where we're at. This is north of the St. Louis region. This is towards Springfield, and this is moving east about 35 miles an hour. Yeah, if anything, it's definitely looking a little bit more pronounced here. All right, so if you're just tuning in, this is live coverage of a developing possible tornado within the west central Illinois region. This is north of Pleasant Hill, in Nebo. So it's right near the Pleasant Hill region, south between Pleasant Hill and Martinsburg, Pleasantville and Martinsburg. That's where the rotating supercell is located currently, and it's still showing signs of not really wanting to let up. Uh, yeah, I'm just trying to see if I see any like debris ball or anything. I'm not seeing anything like that. But it is still rotating there, coming out of Pleasantville. Hey, Tracy. Yes, don't forget the like button. Greatly appreciate it. Yeah, make sure you hit the like button. We are doing extended coverage, storm coverage throughout the evening. We'll be live, for an extended period of time. We're just kind of getting going. It's almost 4 o'clock now. So this is our first tornado warning of the day. We've been watching this cell that's left a pretty nice hail swath in its wake, and it showed rotations at time, but now it's showing them a little bit more significant rotation that does warrant a tornado warning within this region. So it is a radar indicated tornado. Yeah, it's coming right over the Pleasant Hill region. Maximum size hail core out of this is about 1.5 inches. Yeah, if anything, look at the last frame there. It looks like it's trying to fill in a little bit. Hey, when will we get cold? When will the cold front hit Aubrey? You're probably not that far. This is the first initial front. I wouldn't say there's like that much cold air behind it, but it's the second front. That's the one you're really going to feel. That's the one that's going to come in on Saturday with the secondary push. So, I mean, definitely this is going to be the warmest day in Aubrey for about at least a week. So you're going to be enjoying the nicer, cooler air all throughout the weekend once it rains for the majority of the weekend. And then by Monday morning, most areas further will be in the like 40s. I mean, it's going to be a nice little cool snap. Yeah, anything going to happen in Springfield, Missouri? Yeah, I would say you're in line of these cells. These are all trending east, and these are technically moving a little bit northeast. So you are, I would say you are in line. You're probably about an hour or two away before that activity gets in your area. All right, so let's take a. Let me go to Bowling Green. Mm-hmm. Nashville. Yeah, I'm just trying to toggle back and forth between these radars. All right, so let's tap into the Springfield radar. All right, so we're going to be watching this tornado. So we still have a tornado warning coming out of Pleasant Hill. Now it's over Nebo. It's going to be in the city of Strout here within minutes, heading towards Pearl, towards Hillview. Those areas are susceptible to see a rotating supercell. It does have some golf ball size hail. So this is a possible rotating radar indicated tornado. Our first one of the day here. You see the intensity. A lot of numerous lightning strikes are still popping. There's the warm front right over St. Louis. We can put the front off. All right, where it's sunny with clouds over here. Yeah, a lot of times in a situation when you have the sun, that's typically going to add to instability. So that's always never a good thing on days like this when you do technically have the sun out. That's definitely going to add to the instability in the atmosphere. Yeah, there's that one sail down towards Hamilton. It's starting to come together. I mean, we were looking at this at 3:47. It's been 15 minutes, and we're definitely seeing some darker, oranges and reds. That's like, the first signs of showing strengthening down there. Hey, Jack. Hey, awesome. Hey, thanks for your support. Welcome to the channel. Greatly appreciate it. I'm pretty much here on a daily basis. I hardly ever miss a day unless I'm out of town, but I pretty much update 7 days a week. And then we do live coverage from time to time during like high impact events. So I'll probably be doing a lot more of these live coverages. I'm going to beef up my live stream a little bit. I've got some couple things in the works. So by next week, we're going to be taking about, I'll still be doing my videos. That's for sure. But it looks like we got about a week before the next, severe weather setup at least. So everybody's going to enjoy a really nice break for a good part of the country after today for the most part. We still got the flood warning down there. It's still raining pretty heavily. This whole area has been inundated. It's been very isolated. But continue with the flood warning down there. We are seeing renewed activity out ahead of the main line. So this is new activity forming heading into Jonesboro and to Memphis. Some 50-mile-per-hour winds have been reported from that activity. But you can see St. Louis, it's closing in quickly. It's 4 o'clock. There's the St. Louis region. Put the storm motion on these. All right, still watching this Supercell. It's kind of a broad rotation right now, very broad rotation. Yeah, if anything, it's kind of flattening out. We got 12 minutes left of this tornado warning, but I'm showing signs of it kind of flattening out. So they went ahead and extended the severe thunderstorm warning further off to the east there. So brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This is the cell that's rotating. So coming out of that region. So now we're talking northern Greene County and southwestern Illinois, out towards Bellevue. This was 9 miles northeast of the Bellevue region. Again, moving east at 35 miles an hour. It's been showing a history of some golf ball size hail and that rotating supercell. They did not extend the tornado warning. They went ahead and issued a severe thunderstorm warning and said possible tornado attack tag to it. You saw some yellows there pop up at times. So it's been subtle. It's been definitely showing signs that it's trying to lower, but nothing to terribly. Mm-hmm. I have a fear over tornado sirens, but they go off. ENS systems goes off, and you know how annoying that is. Yeah, they changed the criteria too on those warning systems. It's not really just for a tornado now. It's for larger hail. I think anything over 2.75 inches, they warrant the sirens, and anything that's like 75-mile-per-hour wind gust. So it can actually, when you have pretty nasty severe weather, they can be ringing a lot because you can get some damaging squall lines, 75, 80-mile-per-hour winds. You can get that tennis ball to baseball size hail. Then you'll have those radar indicated tornadoes. So yeah, it's situations like that. I mean, there's a lot of sirens going off. So, but those are significant. I mean, you get caught in a tennis ball size hail event, that's going to do a lot of damage. You get caught in a 75-mile-per-hour wind event, that's going to do some serious damage. I mean, that, think about it. That's hurricane force, right? So, hey, I'm sorry you missed what you said about McKinney earlier. Is it coming McKinney later this evening? Yeah, so it's one of those things, Jeanette, that it's about 30% coverage, more or less 30% isolated coverage. The latest runs haven't looked as promising as what they did earlier to see something, but it could be one or two cells, right? So it's just one of those things we're watching down there. As we get towards peak heating, nothing was really supposed to happen until about 5 o'clock anyway. So I'm not like, floored that nothing's happening currently. It's 5 to 8 down there. So all the activity is where it should be. Where we are concentrated on right now is within the Missouri region and to Illinois. That's where most of the activity has broken out. But it's got a pretty decent, significant squall line moving through. All right, so we got one tornado warning, 10 severe thunderstorm warnings, and we have one flash flood warning that's been there for a couple hours now. That same cell down towards the border into Louisiana and Mississippi there. Crazy amounts of rain. Let's see what this says. Yeah, videos and photos of Eudora are shown floodwaters approaching and entering several businesses along US 65. Other city and streets were flooded. Flooding began about between 1 and 2 o'clock. So yes, they were reporting flooding in local businesses down there. So yes, they've picked up 4 to 8 inches in that area just in a very short amount of time. So yes, it's getting bad, folks. Right there in Eudora, fire department is reporting they got video showing that there's water entering in several businesses down there along Highway 65. So we definitely need the rain to stop because it's been raining now for a good 4 to 6 hours. So this is definitely causing some serious issues down there. But you can see the nature of these systems. It just continues to train over the same area, and that's been the problem. And it continues to fill in, right? It keeps filling in backwards, and that still has to run over the same area. There's no steering currents to push it out of there. So it is definitely one of those things that kind of the worst case scenario, having a localized, isolated area to hey, how's Ozark, Missouri? Ozark. All right, so let's put Springfield in. All right, so there's Ozark south of Springfield. And then you got the cold front back behind you. All right, so yes, they went ahead and took off the I guess it's still going for like another 6 minutes. All right, so 4 more minutes for that tornado warning. But yeah, your question about Springfield. So yes, it's yeah. So you're likely it's going to be another hour or two, but you're going to be impacted from these cells likely here shortly. Yeah, I'm toggling back and forth between radars to, you know, it's hard to show an expanded view because I'm covering such a wide area. Uh, yeah, it looks like this area had some reported 50-mile-per-hour wind gust. So remember, they did extend the tornado severe thunderstorm watch further south for eastern Oklahoma, but we're not seeing anything severe at the moment. But it does go until 11 o'clock, so that's still another 7 more hours. But it's mainly been 3 cells. I mean, we've been on for a while now, almost 2 hours, and we've been watching really 3 cells, and that's the nature of the beast. Even this scattered activity still only has 3 cells, but it's done a lot of damage in its wake with those larger hail. And now we're getting rotation on the northern flank as that warm front continues to lift further north. Yeah, they'll probably go ahead and let this. They'll probably go ahead and let this tornado warning expire in about 3 minutes. Mm. All right, so that rotation is just now north of Pearl. All right, so this cell is actually moving east northeast, east northeast. Okay, so we did get a confirmed 70-mile-per-hour wind gust there, folks. We got a golf ball size hail and reported 70-mile-per-hour, 74. So 74. I mean, that's basically, I mean, EF zeros between 65 and 85. So yeah, we just had a confirmed wind gust of 74 miles an hour reported by emergency managers. So Whether we saw one or got confirmation or a storm spotter or something, but we did get confirmation of a wind gust gusting to that 74 miles an hour. So there definitely was a lot of rotation within this area, and that continues to push off to the east. So we'll see if they actually extend this tornado warning. But it's starting to appear that it's trying to get its act together again. All right, so the rotating cell, it looks like it's right over near the Pearl area. If anything, it's just outside of that. Hey, how about Roadhouse, Illinois, Steve? Roadhouse, Illinois. So let's check out Roadhouse. Um, is that it? Um, yeah, I mean that's pretty far away. I don't know. I doubt you're going to get severe stuff in Roadhouse, Illinois. Yeah, you're just yeah, you're in the cold side of the system. But everything is trending northeast. But you're probably going to be likely by the time this reaches. I mean, Chicago is a lot more favorable for sure. You're back further west. All right, so yeah, we were right. They went ahead and took that off. So it's not the cell. The cell did produce 70-mile-per-hour winds, though. I mean, we did have that tornado warning. We never got really confirmation, but we did have a reported 74-mile-per-hour wind gust coming out of that cell. But now it has pulsed down, so we'll see if it starts to recycle. But right now, we just have that still producing that golf ball size hail, though. So there's the hail core. If anything, we've got 4 separate hail cores now. We added another one. We had 3 for a while. Oh, Root House. Oh, thank you. It's near Whitetail in Greene County, Illinois, which is near Hillview and Carrollton. Yeah, I saw it on the map. It was towards pronounced. I don't know. Let's see. Oh, there's Roadhouse. Okay, I see it now. I was reading it wrong. I read Roadhouse. Roadhouse. Yeah. Oh wow. So yeah, you're definitely in line there. Yeah, that's taking a beeline. It's moving due east. I mean, this is definitely due east. So you're in the target zone for sure. Yeah, look at the hell core. You're right in line with that hell core. So yeah, things are probably going to go downhill quickly with that supercell heading your way. It's should be knocking on the door. Your winds are probably going to be picking up here shortly. Hey, Mark. Hey, when do you think Ohio will see some severe thunderstorms? It's probably not going to be severe by the time it gets into Ohio. I mean, it's you're a ways off from this event. You got the stuff last night. Um, I feel it's still probably going to be severe as it heads towards Indianapolis, but it'll probably start calming down. But it will be it'll be after midnight before it, if anything, goes into Ohio. I would love to know about the cold front is going to get into Fannin County, trying to decide if I can go milk the cows before the front comes in. Well, the front is west. I mean, the front's like Mineral Wells. So, and this is not like this is a teaser front. I mean, this is like like the subtle front. I'm not sure how far east it actually gets. It probably makes it in your area, but there's not much cold air, and so if anything, so instead of like maybe 90 degrees today, it's 80 degrees. So it's not like a really cold front. So the problem with the front is it's gonna stall out somewhere, likely probably south of the Metroplex or DFW, and then that's when the overrunning type setup starts to take shape. But you'll feel the cooler air just because um, and then there's a 40-50% chance of rain tomorrow, and then there's like 100% chance on Saturday. Yeah, so look at this cell down here towards Macville. That's pretty intense, guys. Yeah, so it's got a pretty good hell swath with this one. Yeah, this is in the city of Macville. All right, so right now it's dropping. Yeah, that's golf ball size. That's golf ball size hail, folks. So now that's right over in between Silex, and Macville. Yeah, pretty intense thunderstorm. Look at all those deep purples. Wow, 62 dBz. That is some intense rainfall, folks. That is a strong thunderstorm. Wow, that's torrential rain, and that's yeah. They're what are the echo tops on this thing? Yeah, almost 50,000 feet. Yeah, that's the highest cloud of the night, folks. That's about 50,000 feet there. Yeah, that's why the hail is getting bigger and bigger as this grows taller. Yeah, look at the hail. Look at the climb. Right, 1.5, 1.75, 2.75, 2.75, 3.2. That's what radar is detecting aloft, and we're getting confirmation of that golf ball size hail hitting the surface. So it's as the cloud top continues to rise, then the hail has more opportunities to get bigger. Hey, got over 4 inches of rain last week in Indiana. Hey, there is nothing like flying cows caused by tornadoes. Rabbits eat my gardens and trees. Hey Ashley, did I miss you talking about Dallas? It's just nothing going on in Dallas, so it's not like you're missing it. It's just isolated, very isolated. 30% probability of something happening. Nothing at the moment. There was that one cell we were watching earlier, and that's only the beginning stages of something by Hamilton. A lot more lightning intensity. I remember 347. We saw that it looked like this, and now it's grown to this. So there are showing signs of the atmosphere trying to overturn. There's another little cell trying and green, Glen Rose. But as you can see, nothing to worry about there. Nothing pressing at the moment. All right, let's see. Yeah, it's got some decent size hail with it. Likely a little bit stronger than quarter size hail coming your way. You got some lightning flashes on the southern side there. Yeah, but the most significant is right down towards Macville. That's just had another radar indication, 3-inch hailstone there. So that's still laying down some, at least golf ball, probably some golf ball to ping pong size as this continues moving east, likely impacting probably the Foley region in between Ellsbury and Foley. Birch Island looks to be in the target area. Pretty significant system. But again, we're just watching these 4 little cells, right? So we had 3, and now another one popped up. So we have 4 distinct supercells, all leaving a pretty good hell swath in its wake. Hey, what about Tennessee? It's just going to be deeper into the evening, but yeah, you're probably going to be towards, the 10 o'clock time frame. But yeah, we were looking at some of the high resolution guidance earlier. I think it still reaches your area, but it won't reach your area until closer to that 10 o'clock time frame. All right, let's tap into the Davenport one. Yeah, this isn't severe up north. This is just scattered showers here. Everything's kind of near the warm front there. Looks like we had a 50-mile-per-hour wind gust reported earlier. That's terribly not too bad. Yeah, so the highest wind gust so far this evening has been 74 miles an hour. We're not seeing anything in Ohio. Yeah, this is just I'm tapping into these are the individual radars. Yeah, no activity in Indianapolis. And that circle just kind of shows you how far the radar beam shoots out for that particular radar. And the same thing for Louisville and same thing for St. Louis. Yeah, so these are just the individual National Weather Service radars that you can tap into. Yeah, but thanks for tuning in for live coverage, folks. How is Austin looking? How's Austin looking? Yeah, so I know you're under that large hail risk, but we're not seeing anything for the moment. We just have to watch this one cell towards Hamilton, because that is starting to grow in intensity. I can look at the echo top on this one. All right. Oh wow, 50,000 feet, folks. Okay, so that's a sign. I mean, that's the cap breaking, folks. I mean, we're probably watching this unfold as we speak. I mean, you get a cloud top that's 50,000 feet. I mean, that's going to turn severe quickly. So I would imagine this is going to get a severe thunderstorm warning issued here shortly, and that could be the sign that starts having more isolated activity starting to form down here. We still got the flash flood watch happening into Louisiana, and portions of Greenville there in Mississippi. Yeah, that cell hasn't gone away. Yeah, you're probably going to get two lines in Tennessee. I mean, this is probably going to be moving through here shortly. You're going to get some rain, scattered showers. I don't think this is probably going to turn severe by the time it heads to the Memphis region, but it's this activity back behind it. That's probably what's going to fill in further as it moves east. Oh, love the sound of my four-footed friend. Oh yeah, Roxy. She's my Jack Russell. She's back behind me sleeping. So I didn't want to take her away from her spot. She likes to get in here and take a nap. Yeah, I have a corgi that's 2 years old, and then she just literally turned 13. So 13-year-old Jack Russell. It's a pretty nasty squall line, folks. I mean, that's starting to really build through Owensville. Yeah, that's definitely starting to fill in a lot more. So we did have that tornado warning earlier. That has now subsided. We had that rotation there for about 10, 20 minutes or so. That was the same cell that's over the White Hill region into Root House. And if anything, it looks like it's trying to come back. I mean, if we look at the new velocity scans here, if anything, that rotation looks like it's trying to come back there towards White Hill. I don't know if that was a tornado or not, but it did produce a 74-mile-per-hour wind gust. You see what we're looking at here. This is the same supercell that produced that tornado. I mean, that tornado warning earlier. That we're kind of getting a somewhat similar look again. Look at that deepening purple starting to come down into White Hill. All right, so we'll watch this activity. Hey, I love my little Jack Russell. Yeah, this is our second Jack Russell. Our first one, she was 12 when she passed away. But yeah, well, that was a male actually. This is our second one, and we got her when she was a rescue. We got her when she was 2, or at least that's what the dental record showed. Oh, we want to see Sunny. I don't know where Sunny is. Sunny's heavy. Sunny weighs she's like 35 pounds. Uh, well, if she happens to come to the door, I'll get her, but I don't know where she's at. She's probably under my wife's feet. I mean, are they looking? It's still working. She's still working. So no storm in McKinney. I mean, you can't rule it out. I mean, there's definitely been activity, starting to form within the Dallas region. So we're starting to see signs of kind of the cap trying to break down there, and so nothing's formed yet, but it could be a matter of time before you have that a severe thunderstorm warning into the Hamilton region. It's definitely showing a lot of intensity here, trying to intensify. There's some into Glen Rose. Remember, the front is just to the west of there, so if this starts to fill in, this would start to push further east. Hey, about to leave for work in Winsfield, Missouri, headed to Ellsbury, Missouri, then to Troy. Going to be a busy drive. Hey, be safe out there. Hey, Lauren. Hey, I appreciate you watching my videos. Greatly appreciate it. Oh, your dog is 80 pounds, Snowy? Wow. Yeah, we have a friend that they're all little. There's like 7 dogs, but they all weigh like 3 pounds, sometimes if that. Um, so I'm like, yeah, all 7 of our dogs weighs about the size of my dog. But yeah, 80 pounds is a big dog. Oh, yeah, look at this one, folks. This is pretty significant hail. All right, so brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This was issued for southern Illinois. Really intense hail, folks. This is by the city of La Center. We're getting confirmed tennis ball size hail, folks. Tennis ball size hail, some 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So this is likely the strongest severe thunderstorm of the day, really. It looks like Vienna is in the path, Dixon Springs, getting into New Columbia, down towards Cypress, into the New Grand Chain area, into Belknap, Simpson. We're getting reports of possible tennis ball size hail coming out of this. You can see it's pulsed up to 3.75 on the radar. So you typically take down about an inch from what you're seeing up higher up in the upper levels. Yeah, I mean, we're getting tennis ball size hail out of this pretty significant hail core. Let me see if we can get any confirmation of that. Yeah, typically, this data is delayed. It's probably growing in intensity right now. But this is just northwest of Paducah. Northwest of Paducah. This is lifting northeast. It does have some tennis ball size hail potential with it. Moving northeast at only 20 miles an hour. So this is definitely moving a lot slower than most of them. All right, let's show you this hail core here. That's pretty nasty, folks. Right over the city of Perks and to White Hill. That's where they're getting that tennis ball size hail right now. This is lifting northeast at 20 miles an hour. So lifting northeast at 20 miles an hour. White Hill, looks like Belknap, Foreman, Vienna. You're all in the path of this dangerous supercell. I mean, that's kind of stuff will possibly even go through your windshield if it's angled properly. I mean, and look at that hail core. It's actually even expanded. I mean, it's actually even intensified even more, folks. So we're looking at a significant severe thunderstorm warning that has wind gusts of possibly up to 70 miles an hour associated with it, and some intense tennis ball size hail lifting towards Cypress, Vienna. This is northwest of the Paducah, Kentucky region, heading towards possible Harrisburg, maybe in the path. And if this holds together, maybe even to Evansville. It's pretty a long ways out, but yeah, that cloud. There's a new scan. Yeah, it's definitely growing, folks. See, the cloud top's getting higher. Yeah, this cell is continuing to grow in intensity as it's heading towards the city of Vienna here, and likely heading towards the Simpson. But yeah, look at those intense purples and that blue. That's where they're likely getting the most intense hail right now, right along Highway 37. So Highway 37 and the city of White Hill, they're probably getting pelted right now with significant hail. Yeah, if anything, it looks like it's intensified, right? I mean, look at that. Look at that new frame. All those deep purples, the blues, cloud tops are rising. You've got that hail core expanding, lifting northeast. And it's only moving at 20, which is also significant. It's not moving at 40, 50 miles an hour like we've been seeing on most of these cells. So this is half the speed. So that's going to do more damage for an extended period of time if you're right over that hail core. Yeah, so areas in the path of this storm look to be the Belknap region and to Vienna, especially Vienna. Smaller cities, maybe the Cypress, maybe towards Form. There's Highway 24. All right, so we got 15. We got 15 severe thunderstorm warnings now. So it's definitely starting to fill in. Was there another one? Oh, okay. So they just extended this severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, so they went ahead and extended it, and rightful so. So if you're just now tuning in, we're doing extended severe weather coverage tonight across Missouri, Illinois. We've seen a lot of activity, flooding rains down there towards across the state line of Louisiana into Mississippi. Okay, so we did get that severe thunderstorm warning did pop in down there towards in the Dallas region. This is the one that had a 50,000 foot cloud top earlier. So this is south of the Metroplex. This is in Hamilton County. So Hamilton County is now seeing some 1.5 inch hail with this system. So there was that severe thunderstorm warning that was located 8 miles west of the Hamilton region. Likely some up to the potential of ping pong size hail. So right now we're getting confirmation possibly 1.5 could grow to up to ping pong size hail. Locations in the path are going to be Shive, Gentry's Hill, down towards White Way, and Pecan Wells. Those areas are under the gun to possibly seeing some 1.5 inch hail from this growing supercell. We were watching this cell earlier at 3:47. That was almost an hour ago. It looked basically nothing. So it took an hour to get where we are, but that's definitely showing the first signs of the atmosphere overturning down there in Texas there, that the atmosphere is getting a little bit more susceptible right at that 4:45 time frame. So, and this is ahead of the cold front there. So we're starting to see more activity further south. So let's go back to St. Louis here. It's not that far away now. We guesstimated at 6 o'clock, so we're pretty much going to be right on with that. So you're still an hour away. The leading edge is in Troy, into Wentzville, heading towards St. Charles. That goes to 45 minutes, so it's likely going to be in St. Charles in about 45 minutes or so. And you just do the math for another 45 minutes, so that puts it right around the 6 o'clock time frame. There's another pretty significant supercell by Doolittle here. St. James, Newburgh, North Thigh. All those areas are in the path of potential 1.5 to ping pong size hail. Hey Tiffany, do you really think DFW will be impacted by this event? Have to head to McKinney from Forney at 5:15. Yeah, I mean, I would go ahead and do it. We're just seeing that one cell further south, well away from the Metroplex, actually. Hey Cindy, so what happened to the rain in North Texas? Yeah, today was an isolated event. 30% chance of 30% chance of severe storms. Today was not a widespread day. Likely going to get some rain tomorrow, then heavier rains on Saturday. So if you live in McKinney, you'll probably get 2 or 3 inches of rain by the time Sunday morning is here. Today was not a rain day. It was a severe day, and it's still a severe day. There is one cell that popped up in Hamilton. This is all right. So that one's moving east at 20 miles an hour. So that would likely impact the Waco region. Gatesville, Hewitt, Waco are likely in line from that supercell. Yeah, it's better be safe than sorry. Always put your car in the garage. I mean, it's you got the possibility, right? So there's never a guarantee for severe weather, that's for sure. Especially when it's isolated. Like I said, when there's a 30% chance of rain, you're probably thinking it's probably not going to rain if it's only 30%. So, but if you do get the rain, it's probably going to get, heavier rain. So now the Jack Russell's snoring. Yeah, but if anything, it looks like that line is really started to fill in from Springfield all the way southwest to Jefferson City. Pretty good active line there. So let's go to the Tulsa radar. Anything's happening in Tulsa? Yeah, you can see it's trying to form, trying to back build like we talked about. Very subtle, just very, very isolated. Nothing in Fort Smith. Let's see, Shreveport. Yeah, really nothing on the Shreveport radar. And there's just that one cell in the Dallas radar. Yeah, pretty isolated further south for sure. Okay. All right. So we got a brand new tornado warning, folks. Brand new tornado warning. This is the same cell we've been tracking over Wentzville. All right. So we have a rotating supercell, southwestern Illinois, east central Missouri, east. Let's see. It was located over Moscow Mills. Another thunderstorm that's capable of producing tornado. This is moving east at 40 miles an hour. All right, so we got a developing possible tornado here. Yeah, the winds are trying to pick up here. Yeah, I'm seeing some 60-mile-per-hour winds with that. You know, a little bit higher up. Probably 50 mixing to the ground. All right, we do have a tornado warning in place. This is all coming out of the Wentzville region, heading towards Grafton. This is northwest of the St. Louis region. Looks to be just east of Troy. Wentzville, St. Paul, Josephville, chain of rocks around 455. So there it is right now. The rotation is crossing over County Road 61 there. Looks like Highway 61 heading towards, possibly there's the city of Josephville. There's St. Paul. Looks like Firma. County Road 79. All right, so this is our second tornado warning of the day. All right, so we are going into a little bit more favorable environment now. This is where we had that 5% risk, right? So that 5% greater probability of seeing a tornado. This is the most favored area, and it has produced 2 tornado warnings as of right now. Nothing confirmed, but we did have a 74-mile-per-hour wind gust earlier. So yet to be determined if that actually touched down or not. But nonetheless, it still had a 74-mile-per-hour wind gust, which is basically EF0 type criteria. Hey, Mark, I like thunderstorms. Hey, what radar app, Mark? This is actually Radar Omega. Radar Omega. Yeah, you can actually get it for yourself too. They've got 3 different levels if you to choose from. There's lots of clouds forming right now in Plano. Is that good or bad? It's just a sign that the atmosphere is turning over. I mean, we already seen a storm down towards Hamilton, so the atmosphere is getting there. So yeah, I mean, wouldn't be surprised you see some cumulus clouds. It's getting a little bit darker. I see it getting a little darker out there. So I mean, we're heading towards what, 5 o'clock? It's almost 5 o'clock now. Looks like 86 degrees. 86 degrees. Probably won't make it to 90. Definitely won't make it to 90. But you see the leading edge now. We've got numerous severe thunderstorm warnings breaking out across this line, essentially from Springfield to Jacksonville to Wentzville. That's where we do have that tornado warning in place. The leading edge of that rotation is heading towards the St. Paul region, heading towards St. Paul. Brussels, looks like Campbell, South Shore. You are all likely in the path of this rotating supercell. I see lots of questions about McKinney. Am I late to the party? Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing happening in McKinney right now. There's not much happening in Dallas. We have that one cell that did turn severe in Hamilton. So I'm definitely watching it. We're not seeing any other activity besides that one cell further south, which you can see if we zoom in here. It definitely has produced, some of that 1.5-inch hail. But other than that, it's one cell out of this entire area that's on radar. That's it. There's nothing else. But we're definitely seeing some nasty cells, and we're continuing to see this cell towards Vienna. I mean, wow, this is still dropping some significant hail. Tennis ball size hail, folks. Oh, now baseball size hail. Wow, this is really intense. Very destructive storm. New Columbia, destructive storm, folks. Interstate 24, northern Mosaic and southern Johnson County. Baseball size hail has accumulated in amounts enough to cause dangerous travel conditions, folks. So that cell has warranted dangerous travel conditions. They have tagged a destructive supercell near New Columbia and Interstate 24 there. It has dropped some significant hail in its path. And it continues to have a pretty nasty, wow, look at that hail core, folks, right over the city of Foreman. So it's dropped numerous hail sizes of tennis ball or greater. This is doing some serious damage. You get a baseball size hail event like this, and this is going to cross over a major interstate here of 24. All right, so this continues to move east-northeast. This continues to move east-northeast. It's really holding its own. That big solid hail core is continuing to gain strength. And in fact, it's actually intensified, I mean, even a little bit. Let's see if we can actually see some of those larger. That's current. All right, so we're zooming in now. Let's see if we can actually see some of those larger stones. That's 2.5 inches. That's tennis ball. That's a pretty wide swath of 2 inch or greater. And this is delayed a little bit. So, I mean, the baseball size hail could be happening right now. I mean, you can see the deep purples. That's some intense blinding rain. That's a significant system. Yeah, those deep purples are not going anywhere. I mean, it's expanded right over the city of Foreman. All right, so we've been watching this nasty supercell coming out of Vienna, Foreman, those areas just northwest of Paducah. This is a cell that's heading northeast. Vienna is in its path. Simpson's in its path. Eddyville's in its path. All right, so let's go back to the tornado warning. Got to stay hydrated. There's a lot of talking during these live streams. You go through a lot of water. All right, so it's definitely starting to fill in. The intensity is getting a little bit more intense. Let's go back down to the Memphis, Tennessee radar. Definitely lighter further south. All right, looks like they've extended the severe thunderstorm warning to include St. Charles, the Chesterfield region, probably one county away from St. Louis now. This rotating supercell is likely not going to be St. Louis. This is likely going to be north of there. Alton's probably going to be in the path of that system. Oh, we got confirmed tornado, folks. All right, so you can actually hear it. We got a confirmed tornado. Tornado is on the ground. So located near Athensville, moving east at 30 miles an hour. We got a confirmed spotter. Did spot this tornado. You can see it actually on radar, showing that pretty intense supercell. Yeah, there's your tornado, folks. It's right near the city of Athensville, heading towards, how do you pronounce that? Pomeray. Confirmed tornado is on the ground. So areas in its path. This is moving east at 30 miles an hour. Looks like Pomeray in 16 minutes, Neilwood in 36 minutes, Green Ridge 37 minutes, Standard City 39 minutes, Farmersville 82 minutes. So we do have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now. So this is north of St. Louis. This is south of Jacksonville, south of Springfield. So there is your confirmed tornado located just south of Athensville. So Athensville, just south of Athensville, heading due east towards Palmyra, towards Palmyra. This is a confirmed tornado that is on the ground. Sorry. So Palmyra in about 10 minutes. It's going to be sitting in your doorstep at Palmyra in about 10 minutes. You need to take shelter. Bar, Hectic, Modesto, Scottsville. Yeah, but looks like Palmyra is right in the path of this this tornado. And it looks like, was it Gyrad? Girad? This is our first confirmed tornado of the day. We've had 3 warnings, and this is the first confirmation that we did in fact have a weather spotter confirm it. That is on the ground right now as we speak. You can see the dual split here. You can see the difference on the reflectivity radar and the velocity here. Yeah, this is moving due east, folks. This looks to continue holding its own. This is heading right towards the city of Bar. It's probably right on its doorsteps right now. And then Palmyra. Yeah, that looks pretty nasty, folks. You can see the leading edge of the circulation. If anything, it's actually trying to intensify. Yeah, pretty intense lightning strikes. Yeah, that circulation is right over the city of Bar, folks. It'll be in Palmyra in about 3 minutes. It doesn't appear it wants to let up. We do have a confirmed tornado on the ground as we speak, just north of the Greenville region. This is south of Springfield, south of Decatur, just north of St. Louis. Oh, looks like we have another one, folks. So we have 3 tornado warnings now. It's starting to get really active. Let me move this over so you can actually see it. So we do have three supercells that have 2 warnings on them, and 1 is a confirmed tornado. This is all just north of the St. Louis area. Yeah, this was the favored line, right? This is where that Storm Prediction Center had that 5% risk, right? So this is the 5% area. And as soon as it's hitting that environment, boom. Yeah, that's a nasty line. So you got a combination of big time hail producers, and then you got rotating supercells. Be sure to hit the like button if you hadn't already. If you are watching live coverage, make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Greatly appreciate your support. Make sure you share this with friends and family that we're doing live coverage tonight. This is turning into a dangerous evening across Missouri. We're seeing numerous supercells start to explode with big time hail. We've had baseball size hail. We've had 74-mile-per-hour wind gust. And now we have a confirmed tornado on the ground. And we've got 2 other tornado warnings that we're dealing with. So things are really starting to get active now. And this is peak heating, right? This is right at 5 o'clock. So this is the height of the atmosphere. You're likely not going to get any warmer than this. You're going to start coming down. So, but this is typically when you get the most activity between 5 and 9. This is probably going to be pretty busy here. The weather's clear in St. Louis. Yeah, I mean, it probably is. I mean, you're still pretty far away from that system. I mean, yeah, there's nothing happening in St. Louis right now. So everything's well to the northwest there as of right now. So you're probably still another hour away in St. Louis. Yeah, it looks like it still may be on the ground, folks. I mean, that hook there, that's definitely not going away. It's still pretty pronounced. Yeah, this was the same system that dumped that massive hail towards White Hill. That dropped a pretty significant hail core through that area, and now it's transitioned into more of a rotating supercell. Okay, so it looks like so let's looks like they've added a severe thunderstorm watch. Let's put the watches back on. This looks like they're adding. I think this just got added. It just hadn't been added yet. All right, so we had that one cell down towards Hamilton. Wow, that one's still gaining intensity, folks. So yes, it's still gaining intensity towards Hamilton. That has produced some golf ball size hail. We have yet another system towards San Saba. So definitely more activity starting to form further south. And we'll look at the watch here in a second, but they just issued, it's coming in. All the warnings are coming in right now. It'll probably take a minute or two to fill in, but we still have those 3 tornado warnings further north. And that leading edge of this squall line is approaching the St. Louis area about an hour away. So here is that activity further north into Missouri. We are getting that nasty supercell that's still producing that tornado that is confirmed on the ground by storm spotters. And then now there's 3 tornado warnings back building. We have 4 flash flood warnings. That's the activity further south. That's picked up all that torrential rain. And this is actually a new watch too, down towards Vicksburg into Jackson, towards Meridian. Yeah, they just issued that till 11 o'clock for them. Yeah, it'll fill in any second now. There it is. All right, so there's that watch they issued further south for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So it includes northeast portions of Oklahoma, includes the Paris region, Sulphur Springs, Plano, Dallas, those areas in Collin County, Palestine, Mahia, down towards Waco, Killeen, Temple. So this is a brand new severe thunderstorm watch that just got issued. All right, so here's the watch, folks. We got scattered large hail, likely with isolated very large hail events up to 2 inches in diameter. We're already getting confirmation of that in Hamilton County. So between now and 11 o'clock, so this is another 6 hours or so. Between now and 11 o'clock this evening, portions of the Dallas-Fort Worth area are under that severe thunderstorm watch. That could include some larger hail. Some of those could be some very large hail, which is 2 inches in diameter, possibly some 65-mile-per-hour winds. You never can rule out a tornado, but it's definitely not favorable for tornadic activity further south. This is mainly a gusty wind event and some larger hail, which we already are seeing that. Oh, looks like there's another brand new tornado warning, folks. Brand new tornado warning. This is further south. This is the area that got all the rain earlier. So now we're talking Yazoo City. Looks like Rolling Forks, folks. This was 11 miles south of Rolling Forks, moving east at 30 miles an hour. So we have a brand new tornado warning for central Mississippi. So this is a brand new tornado warning for central Mississippi of another dangerous supercell that's starting to form coming out of the Rolling Forks region. So you can see the Rolling Forks. That's the city that had the devastating tornado. And this is just south of there. So south of there, we are seeing a rotating supercell heading towards Holly Bluff. And that will eventually probably head towards maybe Yazoo City. So they just issued that severe thunderstorm watch, and now we have a brand new tornado warning that was just issued as well. Hey, wish you were beer. Hey, appreciate it. Thanks so much. Thanks for the donation. Greatly appreciate it. You're awesome. Appreciate your support. Yeah, I'll keep you posted further south in Dallas. They just issued that tornado, severe thunderstorm watch. We did see that one cell start to form. Notice it's not in Fort Worth. It's not in Denton. It's not in Flower Mound. They're closer to the cool front. Yeah, so it looks like the front, I don't know if it's moved. I don't know how updated that is, but yeah, nonetheless, I mean, the front's pretty close. I mean, notice the areas that are not under the severe thunderstorm watch that are closer to the front. Areas that are away from the front are under that severe thunderstorm watch out ahead of the front. So that's what we're looking at. So you're in the warm sector for longer period of times. And then it's right along this warm front. That's where we're seeing the tornadic spin-ups. That's the more favorable environment to see tornadoes. Rotation at the surface. And then we still have the confirmed tornado, it looks like, possibly still on the ground. So it looks like emergency management did, in fact, confirm that tornado. Now it's over that city of Palmyra, moving east at 20 miles an hour. So it looks like it went through Athensville. Athensville was likely in the path. Barr was likely in the path. Heading towards, now it's over Palmyra. And that continues to move eastbound. Hey, Carlos. Yeah, I mean, portions of DFW are under that new issued severe thunderstorm watch, essentially east of 35, mainly areas east of 35. Yeah, so there's essentially I-35, so it's mainly east of the 35 corridor and then into the hill country further south. And they did, in fact, issue that severe thunderstorm watch for Mississippi. And then we had a tornado warning that's still ongoing south of the Rolling Forks region. This would be south of Rolling Forks. Brand new tornado warning coming out of that region. And that is also looking fairly intense. Look at all those numerous lightning strikes. Thanks for tuning in to live coverage, folks. We're doing extended coverage, looks like for a while now, because they just issued some severe thunderstorm watches that go on for like 6 hours. So we're going to be here for a good part of the evening. So thanks for watching. If you just now came on board, make sure you like the Facebook page, follow me on Facebook, follow me on YouTube. Make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Make sure you like the video. And you're welcome to share it as well. If you have friends and family that are impacted in these areas, let them know we're doing bonus coverage. But we do have 4 confirmed tornado warnings right now. We have 1 confirmed tornado and 3 other tornado warnings. So it is starting to get busy. 3 in Missouri, just north of St. Louis. And we have that 1 cell further south into Mississippi, down south of Rolling Forks. Clouds were building to the east on my drive home from Plano, McKinney, about 30 minutes ago. Didn't look like rain, but we're getting pretty dark. Yeah, so that's just an indication the atmosphere is trying to turn over. The cloud tops are trying to get higher. So, a watch just basically means conditions are favorable, right? Just conditions are favorable. If anything does pop, like we saw in Hamilton, right? This is an example that it was not severe, quickly rose to those 50,000 foot cloud tops. And now we had that confirmed now 2-inch hail coming out of this system. So it started off pretty much nothing. Atmosphere, just cloud tops growing higher, and but it's just very isolated, right? So it's right within that sector where they did in fact issue that severe thunderstorm watch, and it's a fairly thin corridor. I mean, Waxahachie to Palestine is not very far actually. So they went ahead and issued it till 11 o'clock. So if you get any of these other supercells, which we're not seeing any other intensity, right? So let's tap into the Dallas radar. There's not much happening. So we're not seeing anything trying to form. So as of right now, there's nothing else besides those little 1 or 2 lone supercells. So yeah, you're under the watch. It just means conditions are favorable. Nothing's happening right now. So we'll head north. But it's definitely starting to get busier. All right, so let me take the watch off because it does get kind of a little cluttered here. But notice they're not a tornado watch. These are all severe thunderstorm watches. It doesn't mean you can't get tornadoes within a severe thunderstorm watch. It just means the more favored probability is large hail, damaging winds. But we are seeing some tornado warnings and now a confirmed tornado. And this has been the most intense cell out of that dropped that 74-mile-per-hour wind gust. And this can continue to move eastbound towards Root House. into White Hill, and now it dropped that tornado, and it may even still be on the ground, folks. I mean, it's still looking pretty impressive as this continues to move east. It does not seem to want to let up here. Hey, there's some pretty thick clouds, Scott, growing up in Anna. Yeah, the sun's pretty shining outside my window. Is Tulsa going to get hit? Let's go to Tulsa. Probably not. I mean, you're pretty close to that cold front. I would say Tulsa is probably going to be in the clear tonight. I mean, look, there's the cold front right there on your doorstep. So I would say there's probably not going to be any activity. It's going to be forming ahead of Fayetteville, southeastern Oklahoma. We do have one cell further south, right? So this is a little mesoscale discussion, weather statement. Probably has some 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, 50 mile per hour winds, pea-sized hail. So that's an indication of that cloud top's trying to grow here in southeastern Oklahoma. Go to the San Antonio radar. Nothing. Let's go back to that storm in Mississippi. Yeah, the tornado warning is still warranted, folks. That is still rotating. Right now, it's heading over Spanish Fort, and Kansas Landing. Looks like it's moving east at 30 miles an hour. Holly Bluff would be in the path of this system in 4 minutes. Yeah, the cold front's not very fast, and at some point it is going to kind of stall out. It's kind of a glancing blow. It's not one of those fronts that's just going to keep going and going. That's not the front. So at some point it is going to stall out. Where that's actually going to happen remains to be seen. But it's called a cold front, but there's not really much cold air behind it. Yeah, Fort Wayne, Indiana. Yeah, Fort Wayne, Indiana. You're probably in line tonight, I would say. Yeah, you're pretty far north. You're ahead of the warm. Yeah, warm fronts continue to lift north. Most of these systems are moving east northeast. All right, so they went ahead and extended that tornado warning. This was the one that had that confirmed tornado. So it's now not on the ground any further, but still it's rotating. See the little inflow notch? That's not as impressive as it was earlier, but still this atmosphere could start to recycle again. You never know. But they went ahead and warranted that the extension of the tornado watch, the tornado warning, heading towards Stanford City. Looks like maybe possibly Zanesville is in the path. Zanesville, the city of Zanesville. I was looking at this. It looks like a bow echo trying to form. A little bit there. Yeah, usually that's an indication of some pretty intense winds trying to form. Yeah, but we still have those 3 tornado warnings now, 4 lined up heading towards the St. Louis region. St. Louis, okay, now is under that severe thunderstorm warning. So that one moved fairly quick in the area. So now that does include the St. Louis region. So Supercell thunderstorm was located over Sunset Hills, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. This is for southwestern Illinois and central Missouri, right in the heart of the St. Louis region. Yeah, St. Louis, University City, Granite City, Sunset Hills, Valley Park region. All right, so now St. Louis is getting hit hard with those supercells. It's really started to fill in now. That's a nasty, pretty much nasty squall line. But there's the cold front back behind the system. There's that significant little hailer still holding its own down south. Moving east at 15 miles an hour. It's not moving very fast. Not moving very fast at all. Yeah, we've got anywhere from golf ball size hail, 65 mile per hour winds. Moving east. So eventually, maybe Gatesville's in the sights. San Saba, likely the city of Killeen. Temple, you're probably in line. Look at the lightning strikes forming well ahead of the system. Look at that. I've never heard of it either. YouTube outbreak and tornadoes back in 2011. Oh, yeah, the anniversary of that's coming up. I think it's April 27th. Yeah, that day, gosh, don't quote me, but it was a massive outbreak. Had like 200 or 300 tornadoes in one day. All right, we still got that tornado warning in south of Rolling Forks there. Hey, Shank, how's it going? Yeah, Middle Tennessee, like towards Knoxville, Nashville. So we have that. It's happened in the Memphis site. All right, so the leading edge of that first initial swath, and this is the first one. You have another one coming in. This is south of the warm front, so you're plenty in the warm sector because there's the cold front, well to the west. So, and then we starting to get more areas of concern near Dyersburg. The Dyersburg area is getting some 50 mile per hour winds. So yeah, it looks like it's trying to fill in here. So you're probably another couple hours away from Middle Tennessee, and probably be less severe by the time it actually makes it that far west, that far east. Yeah, we're covering. I mean, yeah, look. I mean, you look at anything that's happening in Dallas. You tap into the Dallas radar. There's nothing, not much happening right now. We've been tracking this one cell. It's been severe thunderstorm warned for Hamilton County, San Saba. This is well southwest of the DFW Metroplex. Nothing else is going on. There's nothing else on radar. Starting to see some activity trying to form down towards Lendale, Tyler region. This area is under severe thunderstorm watch until 11 o'clock. We got one cell trying to form in southeastern Oklahoma, north of Antlers. That's not severe either. Is this another? This looks to be another tornado warning. Okay, so we have yet another tornado warning, folks. This is now south of the St. Louis region. Brand new tornado warning south of St. Louis. So it looks to include Burns Hill, Burns Mill, moving east at 40 miles an hour. So we have a developing system, dangerous storm near Fenton, Murphy, High Ridge, going in towards Green Park around 550. So those are the locations in this path of this developing possible tornado. This is radar indicated tornado warning. Now this is the south of the St. Louis region. So it's all along this line, right? Yeah, remember earlier, a couple hours ago, this was my favored target of tornadic activity. So we've already seen a couple. We've seen one confirmed tornado. So we're definitely starting to get in the zone. You're well in the warm sector. You're in the south side of that warm front. It's really raining in St. Louis. The webcam I was watching was not good. I started a new one and it's raining pretty hard. Well, it's just over your area now. At the time you said that, it actually wasn't raining. It's just that's how fast it's actually filled in pretty quick. No, you're look at St. Louis. I mean, it's probably another minute two delay here, but yeah, St. Louis is getting pelted right now, and it's probably going to be like that for a good hour or so, if not a little bit longer. And there could be another line. I mean, just because this has moved through doesn't mean you're done. I mean, there's definitely some stuff building back behind it. You're still ahead of the cold front, right? So about towards Jefferson City. Jefferson City had some activity earlier, but you're still getting more activity starting to back build back behind the main squall line. Yeah, very intense rain knocking on the doorstep. Yeah, just arrived. Look at that. Yeah, car. I can really zoom in here. Look at downtown St. Louis. It's pouring. Yeah, this is downtown St. Louis, folks. It's torrential rains coming down. Columbus Square, Hyde Park, Fairground. And look at all the activity back behind it. And if anything, this is starting to get more intense on the wind front. Look at the Boeing feature coming out of that region. So I would say the winds are going to be starting to pick up here. Hey, Granite is getting the start of it. Yeah, so if you're just now tuning in, looks like they just issued another severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, now this one was 70 miles an hour. So that's definitely an indication this is intensifying. Yeah, confirming more Boeing features in those 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts with these new severe thunderstorm warnings that are issued. Whenever you see the winds starting to bow out like that, that is always indicative of higher wind gust, and that's why they issued the 70-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. So yeah, that was another system that was highlighted over Richwood. moving eastbound at 30 miles an hour. Would include up to, has the potential of 70 mile per hour winds with this system. Drivers on interstate are turning their lights on. It looks like heavy rain in the distance. I bet. I mean, it's not a good situation. I mean, look, we're talking about peak rush hour now. I mean, it's 5:40. We're going into a major populated city. We got very torrential rains. We've got 70 mile per hour wind gust potential. Uh, just a nasty situation they're having to deal with right now, and in downtown St. Louis, and that leading edge, it just continues to hold its own. And if anything, they went ahead and extended another severe thunderstorm warning, moving fairly quick. So these are moving. Let's see. Yeah, moving east at 55 miles an hour. So it's really booking. No wonder it came up on that webcam fairly quick. That's really fast moving system. So now areas east of St. Louis, Collinsville, Belleville, those areas are susceptible to seeing those intense winds. So it's going to go downhill pretty quickly. It's going to be on your doorstep before you know it, moving at 55 miles an hour. The Alton region, the Godfrey region, let's see, towards Carlinville. All right, so we still have those four confirmed tornado warnings as we speak. So we had one confirmed tornado earlier that we know of. We might have had a second one that dropped to 74 mile per hour wind gust. That is yet to be determined, but we did have confirmation of a 74 mile per hour wind gust outside of Whitetail. Yeah, but since this storm is moving at 55 miles an hour, it is moving fairly quick. So that is a good thing. It's not a slow it's not a slow moving system. So it's going to hit you like a ton of bricks, but then it's going to clear out fairly nicely on the backside. And there's a lot of separation between this first line and on the back side. So you're going to have a pretty extended time frame of nicer weather before this second line has to move through. And it seems like that's been the issue all day, really. I think in St. Louis, they had one earlier this morning. They had a pretty nasty squall line that came through. And then they've been getting these pulses of waves of energy that moves through every say couple of hours or so. Hey, appreciate your support, Josh. Thanks for tuning in to live coverage. Appreciate you sharing the channel. Greatly appreciate it. But that's been a pretty significant hail core down there towards the Hamilton region. Yeah, it is definitely holding its own. Look at all those dark purples still. We saw this earlier. It's still two separate cells now. Basically two separate cells just north of San Saba in Hamilton County at a center city towards Star. It's not moving very fast. Remember, this system was only moving at 15 miles an hour. That's nothing. So it looks like locations in the path of this 2-inch hail is areas into Regency, Center City, Star, back towards Ridge, and to Pelican Wells here, Pecan Wells. It does have some 65 mile per hour wind gusts with it. All right, let's just keep the hell core on here. Yeah, I'm curious where these hail swaps have been tonight. Had a pretty significant one up here. Yeah, there was that one nasty cell that went through center, through Louisiana, towards Whitetail. That was the one cell that likely possibly had. We were under a tornado warning at the time. That might have been another. That might have been another tornado, or if not, the winds were definitely there. Could easily be straight line winds. And then we just have that one cell further south towards Hamilton, not moving very fast. Nothing else on radar. Looks like it's trying to pick up in southeastern Oklahoma, just north of the border there. These aren't severe, but they look like they're on their way, trying to build there. Hey, Marie. Hey, I appreciate it. Hey, thanks for tuning in. Greatly appreciate your support. But yeah, we got numerous supercells starting to build. We got 4 tornado warnings right now. Actually, 5 technically. 6. Oh, looks like we do have a confirmed tornado in St. Louis. So this is just south of the St. Louis region. All right, so we do have yet another confirmed tornado. So this another confirmed tornado on the ground was located over Murphy, moving east at 45 miles an hour. Locations in the path are Arnold, Sunset, Fenton, Lakeshire, getting into Green Park until 5:50. This is a tornado, confirmed tornado that is on the ground. Looks like between Interstate 55, exits 187 and 191. So we have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now, just south of the St. Louis region. And yes, there's another confirmed tornado too. We have this is the 3rd confirmed tornado. So we have yet another confirmed tornado. This is by Kemper. This is coming out of confirmed spotter. Spotted one around 5:30. Train spotters near the city of Kemper, Clarenceville, Kemper, and Medora. Those are areas in the path of this yet another confirmed tornado just north of the St. Louis region. So this is between Carlinsville and Godfrey. So we're watching this supercell thunderstorm really starting to take shape. It's going into a lot more favorable environment. We've seen 3 confirmed tornadoes so far with this activity. It looks like there's trying to, more activity trying to build back towards Quincy and Columbia here. Yeah, so we have several numerous supercells that we are watching. Thanks for tuning in to live coverage. Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be a long evening. I mean, we've got several cells that have turned severe. We've got several supercells with tornadic activity. We have the flood risk further south. We have the leading edge of, the more activity just north of Paducah here in Kentucky. We do have another tornado warning further south. This is the one that's been warned for a while, was south of Rolling Forks. That one's heading eastbound. You can see all the intense lightning strikes. And there was that flood warning earlier. There was that system that had flooding inside people's homes. I mean, and businesses. They had a flash flood warning go on for a long time, and it's still warranted. I think the rain has stopped in that region, luckily, but there's still a lot of flooding in the area. I need a storm because we didn't get a good one yesterday in Ohio. Yeah, I mean, it might make it to Ohio, but I don't think it's going to be severe by the time it goes to Ohio. I mean, you're a good 2 states away, and it's just now entering Illinois. So by the time it reaches Ohio, it's probably well after midnight. Thanks for tuning in to live coverage, folks. Yeah, anything for DFW? Well, you are under that severe thunderstorm watch, but there's nothing. I mean, we're going to tap into the DFW radar. Nothing right now besides those 2 cells we've been watching for a long time. Still dropping some hail down there towards Hamilton. Not moving very fast. Definitely not moving very fast. And we're starting to get renewed activity further north. So, yeah, so we are seeing signs of some activity trying to show up towards Boswell, north of Bonham here. Into Antlers. But we have numerous tornado warnings. Wow, now 7, folks. We have 7 tornado warnings unfolding. Very prime atmosphere, right along the warm front there. Very dangerous evening in Missouri, especially southeastern portions of Missouri. This is right over the St. Louis Metroplex right now. So we still have that confirmed tornado that is on the ground over the city of Murphy. Yeah, so locations in the path are Columbia, Milcent. What was that, 78 miles an hour there? 72. Yeah, these Cape values were pretty extreme earlier, so this is what they're tapping into. I mean, just tapping into a lot more favorable environment. You're right along the warm front. You're in a perfect area to see supercell thunderstorms there in Missouri. Yeah, if anything, they could have upgraded to a 10%, really. So we're seeing numerous supercells starting to form along this line. You can see the Boeing type echo features that come out of this system. Pretty intense squall line. Numerous areas getting large hail, quarter size to, you know, up to possibly a ping pong size. So we move further south down the line. Yeah, they just issued that 70-mile-per-hour wind gust because these Boeing features coming out. Some more intense winds coming out of this system. You see the movement on these. These are all moving east, southeast. Yeah, so some areas to the north are moving more or less northeast, and you have east, and these are actually diving southeast. But you can see the math. This is probably going to be building. This is likely going to be filling in here, and then this is all going to head towards, Memphis, Nashville. But the most severe time is right now. It's going to be between like 5 and 9. So we've already seen about an hour of it. I would say we have about 3 more hours of the most intense, severe stuff. Then after that, after 9 o'clock, I do feel this activity is really going to start coming down a lot. Wow, we got 8 tornado warnings now, folks. I mean, we have 8 tornado warnings. Think about that. Yeah, 8 tornado warnings. This is really blowing up. All right, so out of those, we still have that one confirmed tornado that was located near St. Louis. This is just south of the St. Louis region, near Arnold. Everyone else is radar indicated. Yeah, so they're just in a perfect combination of they're away from, they're just right on the dry line there. They're pretty far ahead of the cold front, and I'm sorry, you got the warm front lifting north. You got the low pressure out west. Just a perfect scenario in and around the St. Louis region to get the activity they are getting. And this will likely get all these areas. I mean, Belleville, Mount Vernon, Benton, Chester, Salem, Flora, Greenville, St. Elmo, Effingham. I mean, all those areas will likely see some sort of rotating supercells here shortly. I don't see this going away anytime soon. Hey, my daughter's in Walmart and Fenton. They have all the people in the store in the back of the building. I bet. Yeah, this is just a nasty situation. This intense squall line is really starting to fill in. This covers a lot of area. So you got Vernon, you got Clarenville, you got Godfrey, into Alton, Collinsville, St. Louis, into Arnold. Yeah, this is a long squall line. I hope I don't have to outrun this storm to keep up my pickup from being all banged up. Yeah, this will probably work over the atmosphere a lot by the time this second system comes in. I mean, this will probably not be. This will probably not be severe by the time it taps into this system. I mean, they're getting the brunt. They're definitely getting the brunt of it right now. This whole line is lit up. So we got a busy evening, folks. We got numerous tornado warnings. I mean, there's literally 8. Well, now there was 8. Now it's 5 tornado warnings. So yeah, it's been pretty busy. We've had at least maybe 3, possibly 4 confirmed tornadoes that we know of. We've had wind gusts of 74 miles an hour. We've had numerous reports of it quarter size, tennis ball size. We've had one report of baseball size hail, confirmed baseball size hail. So it's definitely busy evening. And we even had a tornado warning further south into Mississippi, and flood warnings. Areas have gotten 6 to 8 inches of rain. Yeah, it looks like this one cell towards Antlers is trying to develop here. That's just right on the borderline, the Oklahoma border. We'll see if that cell tries to turn severe. But thanks for tuning in to live coverage, folks. Very busy evening, 5 tornado warnings. If you are watching me on YouTube, be sure to like the video. Be sure to subscribe to the channel. And I do actually have a secondary channel, Palpondra Ultra. You can check me out there. I do bonus coverage on that channel as well. But I pretty much put a video out, 7 days a week. Been a lot of hail tonight, folks. A lot of hail has dropped out of these supercells. But let's go back to the St. Louis radar. We're just watching this leading edge of this squall line. The whole entire line is rotating. At times, we are seeing a tornado drop out of that. The leading edge is pushing towards Collinsville. We still got torrential rains happening right over downtown St. Louis, Washington Park, Glen Carbon, Edwardsville. Yeah, and then every indication this just continues moving towards the east, folks. Yeah, this will all continue moving towards the east near Owensboro. But yeah, I appreciate all the stars on Facebook. Thanks for all the donations on Facebook, sending me the stars. Greatly appreciate it. Thanks for the super stickers on YouTube. Greatly appreciate it. Yeah, that's some crazy rain. Yeah, there definitely was 8. That's hard to do at one time, 8 in a row, 8 tornado warnings. That just tells you the entire line is very intense, and it doesn't take much. So this whole line will just continue to advance and likely produce more tornado warnings out ahead of it. I'm still watching other areas and see if we have anything else going on. Let's go back to the Jackson radar. All right. So the good thing is, so this storm near Yazoo City still producing some golf ball size hail. That was the one that had tornado warned earlier, but that's still a pretty intense supercell. Continue to move east. So it started off as a rain event and then just transferred into a. But yeah, here's the storm earlier, folks. I mean, this is why we had numerous flash flood warnings issued. I mean, look at that swath that just set over the same area. That was 8 inches, folks. And this is just over like a 6-hour time span. A good 6 to 8 inch swath. Yeah, so luckily that has now started to die down. I mean, that's a lot of rainfall in a short amount of time. So we had reports of some water inside some businesses there. I mean, that's what you get with 8 inches of rainfall in 6 hours. So let's go back to the Dallas radar. Still, we're not seeing anything. This is probably the first signs of activity further into Garland here. Maybe just some higher clouds trying to, climb up, higher in the atmosphere. There's in the Flower Mound. That's actually the first indication of something trying to form. So we are seeing some activity, some sporadic activity. So it's trying. But it's mainly been with this one supercell further south that's really still holding its own. That's jumped some numerous quarter to ping pong size hail. And then we head towards Oklahoma. All right, so if we tap into the Oklahoma radar, there's one cell trying to form south into Bonham. Most of the activities in Antlers. That's got some 40-mile-per-hour winds with it. All these areas are under that severe thunderstorm watch until 11 o'clock. So let's go back to the St. Louis radar. You still see it's still very active. You got some activity trying to build further south near Dyersburg again, Union City. Just north of Paducah, that cell is still holding its own. You can't hear me on Facebook or YouTube? How's that? I mean, everybody can hear me, right? Okay, I can hear you. Yeah, you maybe just need to yeah, turn up your volume a little bit if you can't hear me. But yeah. Yeah, I've been on here for 4 hours, so I know people can hear me by now. All right, so let's take a pause and look at some of the high resolution models. Let's look at what the latest run. And again, this is just future radar, so let's just see. All right, so here's towards 7 o'clock. This is about another hour. So yeah, pretty good indication that squall line that's coming out of St. Louis is still going to be over in and around that area. Continue to push further east. It does insinuate there's possible one cell trying to form just south of Dallas. I mean, again, you can't take this verbatim, but it's at least it's showing some activity trying to form there. All right, so then you got a squall line trying to fill in, right? So you got the squall line, you got leading edge. Look at the deep purples. That's probably continuous numercells. Yeah, that has a potential large hail continuing with them, coming out of Bloomington, heading towards the Chicago region. This is at 8 o'clock. This is future radar about 8 o'clock. This will be towards 9 o'clock. So maybe some activities trying to build, maybe just east of Highway 75 towards Waxahachie, Corsicana, maybe Paris, Idabel. This will be 9 o'clock. And you have more rain coming into St. Louis again. There's the squall line heading towards Lafayette, maybe out of Chicago by then. And that heads towards Indianapolis. So this is potentially at 10 o'clock towards Lafayette, Indianapolis, Bloomington, Evansville, just west of Fort Wayne now. Might be a cell down towards Killeen, Lampasas, maybe east of Dallas. There's towards Kaufman, north of Little Rock. Yeah, but the leading edge would likely be towards the Indianapolis region by like 10 o'clock tonight. And then there's the squall line coming through Louisville, Fort Wayne, heading towards Langston again. And then 1 o'clock in the morning. So 1 o'clock in the morning, it might reach the Cincinnati region, maybe Dayton, Fort Wayne. You might have some supercells over Little Rock by then, south of Jonesboro. And now this activity is going towards Dayton. This would be 2 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, maybe heading towards the Toledo region. But yeah, so if I can show you the expanded view here, what we're looking at. This is future radar. So this is a high resolution model guidance, kind of showing you a possible squall line coming through over the next 12 hours or so. So very isolated further south, more scattered further north. So it looks like St. Louis could be another couple of hours or so with this activity. Then this shifts towards Chicago, towards the Fort Wayne region, and to Indianapolis, heading towards Cincinnati by like 1 o'clock in the morning. And then that would likely head towards Columbus, maybe 3 o'clock in the morning. Probably as a wind threat by then. Probably no hail associated with that. Just some stronger winds. If anything, it might be borderline severe by then. So that's just what future radar is showing. And again, this they update like every single hour. But it does start to show more activity further south, but it's just very, as you saw, it was very, very isolated. All right, so it looks like there was a report coming out of St. Louis that some ponding of water, maybe 2 to 3 inches deep, along Woodson Road between St. Charles Rock Road and Midland Road. So it's been raining there for a while now. It's a pretty significant squall line that's still moving through the area. So we have embedded tornado warnings out ahead of the front. No, honestly, I don't think you need to stay up, Mark, in Ohio. I mean, it's not going to reach your area like I saw, like you saw between like 1, 2, and 3. I think you're definitely going to get the rain, but it's probably likely just going to be a gusty wind threat, likely not a tornado threat coming in your area. And there's probably no hail with it as well. So it's mainly a rain and higher gustier wind threat with that squall line. But they did issue another tornado warning out ahead of the system, moving at 45 miles an hour. So I would, like I said, I would expect additional tornado warnings will continue as they move east, because it does not appear that this line is letting up anytime soon. Yeah, it's possible Collin County doesn't get anything. I mean, there was only a 30% coverage, right? I mean, that means 70% don't get anything. So that's, you have a higher likelihood of not seeing anything than you do see something. Yeah, if you're tapping into the Dallas radar again, yeah, we're just not seeing anything whatsoever in most of Dallas right now. The lone cell continues to be, southwest down towards central Texas, Hamilton County, well south of the Metroplex. Yeah, there's really nothing severe in Oklahoma either. There's nothing severe in Arkansas either. It's all Mississippi, Missouri, Illinois, parts of Kentucky. But Illinois is the favorite area. Then likely extended into Indianapolis, eventually heading towards Louisville, heading towards Chicago, Fort Wayne, and eventually Cincinnati towards 1 o'clock in the morning? 1 o'clock in the morning. I watched 2 feeds on this 7 tornadoes, but not going to give this site name out. A jet took off and out of St. Louis for San Francisco. Oh, wow. All right, so we got a couple. Let's go back to these. We got a couple tornado warnings, confirmed tornadoes. So yes, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground. This was about 10 minutes ago or so, as we were looking at the future radar. So Prairie Town moving east at 40 miles an hour. So this is southwestern Illinois. Locations in the path, or it's already past the Livingston region, but we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground. We might even have another confirmed tornado on the ground. It looks like we probably have another one here. Okay, that's the same one. All right, so it continues to be on the ground as we speak. And they went ahead and extended the tornado warning, and rightfully so. All right, so it's a brand new. This isn't a continued tornado. Looks like it's been on the ground for probably 15 minutes or so, possible. Rotating supercell over out of the Livingston region, and this is all heading towards New Douglas. Heading towards New Douglas at eastbound at 40 miles an hour. Sorrento would likely be in the path. Washville. So there's your tornado right there. It's heading towards the Washville region, probably just north of the Sorrento region. Looks like Panama might be in its sight. This is a confirmed tornado, folks. So those areas in Hillsborough, Witt, maybe south of Lynchfield, need to be in their safe zone immediately. Mount Olive, Washville, Coffin, Fillmore. Yeah, so this is yet another confirmed tornado that is on the ground as we speak, as this continued line continues to intensify, as these continue moving eastbound around 30 miles an hour or so. Hmm. I'm trying to find something. But yeah, very busy evening, folks. All right, so let's go back to the. I'm losing my position here. Where was I at? Yeah, there we are. All right, so there's your there's your tornado, folks. That's a pretty dangerous situation. Confirmed tornado continues to be on the ground as we speak, heading east. Locations in the path are Sorrento, Washville, Coffin, Fillmore, Bingham, Ramsey, Hillsborough. Those are all susceptible in the path. As you can see, the leading edge of this squall line is looking really nasty. Hey, if you're in the path of these storms, please be prepared and take shelter. Yeah, a lot of these are kind of rain wrapped, the circulation. But yeah, there is your more pronounced tornado that's on the ground right now. Literally right just north, just right over Washville, Panama, Sorrento, uh, Taylor Springs, heading towards the Taylor Springs region. So it's about to move in this other warned area. So they'll continue to push this and bump it up to a confirmed tornado. In Washville, I'd have to look that up. Looks like Washville, Illinois. This is 2000 census or 2021 census. 61 people live in Washville, Illinois. Yeah, this is the system right here that has that confirmed tornado that is on the ground. Yeah, Washville population in 2024 currently at 60 people. Yeah, so a lot of activity happens tonight, folks. Dangerous situation unfolding across Missouri and the southern Illinois. This was the favorite area that would likely see tornadic spin-ups tonight, and we are definitely seeing that in a big way. We've had several confirmed tornadoes. We got a couple on the ground right now as we speak. 7 tornado warnings and 2 confirmed tornadoes that continue to be on the ground. Yeah, it looks like it's been about 6:03. I mean, to me, it's been like maybe 20 minutes. This confirmed tornado has possibly been on the ground. Yeah, you can get QLCS tornadoes along a squall line. Yeah, you can get those all the time. Hey, I'm cooking dinner. Is that Sunny? Oh yeah, barking. Oh yeah, Sunny is here. Sunny, come on. Okay. All right. Okay. Here's Sunny. There's Sunny. So you gonna say hi? Hi. She's what? 35 pounds now? This was we got her about 2 years ago. All right. There. Go ahead. Go. All right, Sonny had to make an appearance. All right, so let's get back to this. Yeah, very dangerous situation happening right now in Missouri. We've got several tornado warnings unfolding. We've got 2 tornadoes confirmed on the ground as we speak, with this nasty squall line moving through the heart of the Metroplex. St. Louis took a hard hit earlier. Now that's coming down. Now that leading edge is, just at the east of the St. Louis region and trying to fill in further south. Is that? Oh, there's actually a tornado warning in Texas, folks. All right, looks like we have a brand new tornado warning from with that cell further south into Texas. All right, so we had 618. There was a developing supercell that was rotating in southwestern Lampasas County in central Texas. That developing supercell was located about 20 miles northwest of Lampasas, only moving at 10 miles an hour. So this whole system's been moving really slow. And so, yeah, we've seen numerous areas of, quarter size to maybe golf ball size hail. Now we have a rotating supercell that has warranted a tornado warning down there towards Lampasas County. And this is not moving very fast, folks. It has some 65 mile per hour winds. We've got some golf ball size hail, just moving southeast at 10. So southeast at 10, Lometa and Mix is in the crosshairs from this system. So this is all moving southeast, heading towards Lampasas, heading towards Kemper, maybe Burnett, Colleen, Round Rock. Yeah, but 10 miles an hour is not very fast at all. Looks like it's heading southeast right along County Road 187 there, County Road 187. Yeah, so this is another developing situation. If you're just now tuning in, we've got tornado warning south of the Metroplex and into central Texas. And then we have all the activity further north. There's been some cells trying to form there in southeastern Oklahoma, but they've been kind of holding their own. They have not turned severe. So we had a lot of activity earlier by Jackson. Looks like the flood threat has come down a lot. This area does have a severe thunderstorm watch in place. There's some tree damage earlier around 5 o'clock. Yeah, there's a Tulsa radar. Yeah, some activity in Fayetteville, Fort Smith. But overall, most of the activity is definitely in Missouri by east of St. Louis now. Yeah, that was Route 183 there in Lampasas. Yeah, Lampasas, Lometa, maybe towards Linder, but it's only moving at 10 miles an hour, so that's not very fast at all. Yeah, so there's that supercell. So if we can put the motion on that one. Yeah, it looks like the sun is still out here. But other than that, there's nothing else going on into the Metroplex. There's really not much going on in Oklahoma and really into Arkansas at all. Yeah, everything's east and everything's further north in Missouri. So we just take that leading edge of the squall line here. Do I think this will be upgraded to a 4 or a 5? Ohio has a 1 in 5 risk for Let's go back and all right. So here's the here's the updated SPC risk. Yeah, so notice the activity in Columbus and Cincinnati with that squall line coming through. We're likely to be borderline severe by then. Yeah, I probably agree with this. Indianapolis, Louisville, Nashville having that slight risk. Yeah, the expanded, enhanced risk definitely looks warranted with all that activity moving into the heart of this enhanced risk. And there's the slight risk further south, not much in Oklahoma. Did have that one cell. There's actually two cells plus that tornado warning right in the middle of that slight risk. But so far, that's been the only supercell. But we did have that cell. It was right on the borderline. We did have that tornado warning right here between Rolling Fork and Yazoo City. So just because you're in a marginal risk doesn't mean you'll get a tornado warning. It's not as likely, but it still happened. But yeah, that's the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center. And yeah, I pretty much agree with it. I mean, there's a cold front. All right. Yeah. So some of your questions were, what's it going to be? Do I need to stay up in Ohio and stuff? And I mean, not really. I think it's just mainly going to be a gusty wind threat by the time it reaches your area. So again, that's like 2 o'clock in the morning. But there's the warm front, continue to be draped across the heart of the St. Louis Metroplex. We've got several tornado warnings still unfolding out ahead of the main line. We still got that one confirmed tornado, it looks like. Sorry. Yeah, so there it is. It looks to be south of Coffin, heading towards the Fillmore region. It looks like it maybe passed right through Washville or just south of Washville between Sorrento and Washville. Hey, 92 leaving Dallas now, 82 in Salina. No storms for us tonight. Was it 92 in Dallas? Are you sure it got that hot? $82. Well, that was pretty exciting, but it did not last very long. It was here and then it was gone. Yeah, you got 55 mph, right? You got the 55 mph movement, and it was in and out quick. So yeah, notice St. Louis pretty clear now. This whole squall line is moving fairly quick. I think you're probably going to get some activity in the backside, but this will likely not be severe. I mean, this atmosphere is really worked over. All right, hold on, guys. I'm going to be back in a second. All right, I'm back. Yeah, today suddenly became a tornado outbreak. So yeah, so you only need, some say 6, some say 10 within a 12-hour period, between 6 and 10 tornadoes to be a tornado outbreak. And yeah, I could say this. I mean, it's been every bit of probably 6 confirmed tornadoes already, and at this point, it doesn't. It definitely appears likely we could reach 10 for, what was it the other day in Iowa? We had, I think it was 19. 19 plus 8 looks like 27. Yesterday there was possibly eight tornadoes. I don't know. I'm getting my days confused because there was Monday. So you had Monday. Gosh, it's been 4 days in a row. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Oh, Monday was the light day because everything got going late. It just had the stuff in Kansas overnight. Yeah, and then the next day in Iowa, that's the one that did the daytime heating. This is peak heating. I think it had 19 confirmed tornadoes with that one. I mean, look at this cell. This is pretty nasty. And then I think we had 8 yesterday. So I don't know how many were on Monday. I probably don't count any on Monday because it was after midnight. Well, it was at least 27 tornadoes before today, and then you could probably tack on at least another 6 or 7. I don't know. The National Weather Service will be out doing their surveys and surveying all the damage. And sometimes during these events, it takes a while. It takes, maybe 7 to 10 days at times before they can get the final number of what unfolded with all the stuff they have to go through. But yeah, this cell down here towards Bloomdale, that looks pretty nasty in itself as well. I mean, we could have another developing tornado. But everything's in Missouri, folks. Everything's pretty much in Missouri and southern Illinois. That's where most of the action has been. Do we still have that tornado warning further south into Texas? Looks like we do. It's only moving at 10 miles an hour. But you can see all the hail that it dropped. Oh, and that one in itself actually might be trying to drop a tornado. So you got the green winds, green going towards the radar, the reds going away from the radar. And so you always kind of look for that middle ground towards Lametta. So you've looked at the reflectivity scan. Now that's pushed down through Lametta. And it looked a little bit more pronounced earlier, but nonetheless, it still warranted a tornado warning. Hey, let's go back to some questions. Happy evening to everyone. Hope you all had a great today. Don't look stormy in Indianapolis. Hey, Mark. Yeah, it's just going to be, we were looking at some of the future radar. It looks like Indianapolis was closer to like, say, 10, 11 o'clock this evening. So you're probably 3 or 4 hours away. Oh, it's definitely going to get less severe. I mean, we still got probably an hour or 2 left of those intense cells through Missouri, but I feel after about 9 o'clock for sure, things are really going to start quieting down in a big way. It's eventually going to just transfer into more of a high wind threat, a gusty wind threat. I mean, will they still be tornadic when they reach Indianapolis? I mean, I would say you probably can't roll out one along that squall line, but not nearly as what we're seeing right now. Yeah, at times it does have a pretty nasty bow echo, that's for sure, David. Yeah, this is a pretty intense line, no doubt. We saw this forming. We were doing live coverage earlier on. I think we started, gosh, it was west of Jefferson City. We've been on this a while. There really wasn't much activity. There was that one severe thunderstorm warning. We've been covering this event the entire time. They did issue the severe thunderstorm watch until 8. Well, earlier, that was like towards 1 o'clock. Is Oklahoma out of the question tonight for storms? I was hoping I'd get something. It doesn't look. I mean, I don't really see anything. Yes, these storms have been kind of threatening for a little bit. Yeah, there's some cells trying to form in Antlers, Hugo, Fort Townsend. This is just north of the Red River here. But these will look like this for a while. So it wasn't like the storm in Texas that quickly went severe in a short amount of time. But yeah, it's just one of those evenings that's very, very isolated further south. It looked like that, and it's continuing to look like that. And I mean, I'm looking outside my window. It's nice. It's sunny and there's clouds, but looks like a nice evening. Yeah, everything's just concentrated on those two supercells. I mean, they have been taking a wallop down here. Looks like we've got confirmed spotters. Yeah, 2.2 inches look like. Social media image of a 2.2¼ inch hailstone. That's ping pong size. Ping pong size confirmed. That would be golf ball size. So we've gotten some confirmed spotters down there confirming that the size of the hail that's coming out of those clouds. And if you recall that the watch did warrant up to 2.5 inches. So we've seen 2.25 confirmed. So I mean, it's not like the area did not see a hailstone that size. I mean, the atmosphere called for it. It was just going to be a very isolated event. And it just continues to be very isolated. All right, so let's go back to Jackson. Let's tune into this. We do have that severe thunderstorm warning just north of the Jackson region. This is the swath that left all the heavier rains earlier, the flooding rains. So we'll push north towards Memphis. Looks like there's some activity just east of the Memphis region. And then turning severe towards Murray. Hey, Jennifer. Sorry, just joining. Are we not expecting anything to McKinney this evening? Looks clear to me. Yeah, I mean, you are under that severe thunderstorm watch, but again, we haven't really seen much of anything down there. There's no activity on radar besides that one cell. So there's the Dallas radar. Looks pretty clear. We're trying to get some action, trying to form in off Highway 82 by Honey Grove. There's some deeper, darker reds trying to form closer to the Red River. And that's southeastern Oklahoma. And of course, that one cell we've been tracking for about an hour and a half now. But yeah, everything continues to be across just east of St. Louis now. dangerous situation tonight unfolding across that region. We've got 6 confirmed tornado warnings right now. The tornadoes have lifted, but nonetheless, that whole line is to continue to rotating. Yeah, so this continues to rotate. Hey, awesome. My roof in my car. I appreciate it. 5% for wind. I wish we had 60% for NATOs. Yeah, it's going to be a wind threat by the time it gets to you. And you'll probably be fast asleep. You won't even hear it. You won't even know it's going to be raining. Hey, how long do I plan on going live? I don't know. We'll see. I mean, what have we been? 4.5 hours now? I mean, yes, the main activity has been in St. Louis for sure. We saw, again, we saw one along the Mississippi border into Louisiana, just south of Rolling Forks there. And then we have that ongoing tornado warning down there in Hamilton. So it's been fairly spread out with the most concentration towards St. Louis. So we have some activity headed towards Springfield into Bloomington. That's heading north towards Peoria. Let me just switch radars. Yeah, this is not severe. Hey, Christine, appreciate it. Hey, thanks so much for the donation. Oklahoma, keep your dang storms out of Sherman. There you go. I got to go back and read some of these comments. Burnett. Well, that's Burnett. Yeah, Burnett, Texas. That's further south. I mean, eventually it's possible. You are definitely in line. I mean, it looks like they did in fact go ahead and extend that tornado warning towards Lampasas. It's just moving very slow, just moving 10 miles an hour, just moving very slow. But you can see the nature of the beast of these supercells. They pretty much, once they do form, I mean, once they get those 40 and 50 and possibly 60, we've seen 40 and 50,000 foot cloud tops. Once they reach that high, they pretty much are going to be with us for a while. So you just never know where these things are going to pop up. I mean, but yeah, this has been laying down some nasty hail in its wake. And now we've got a tornado warning to contend with. And but other than that, we've got this stuff in Oklahoma City trying to turn severe. It's just not, it's been like that way for a while. And then we have that one storm down in Mississippi, but let me go to Evansville radar now, because that's getting close enough to tap into the Evansville radar. So I would actually say it's still going to be severe and tornadic once it still reaches Evansville, but after that, it's definitely going to start turning less severe. Yeah, look at that, 2.75 inches. So we've seen a lot of hail. Let me go on my. I'm just going to my Twitter and see if anybody's posting some tornado action. Yeah, that was the one that was close to Rolling Forks earlier, out towards Yazoo City. Yeah, so it's definitely been an active evening, folks, and they're still dealing with some pretty nasty hail. These isolated pockets of very large hail. That is that's just north of the Poplar Bluff area, Fredericktown. Hey, what's the stormiest place in the state? Storms meaning thunderstorms. How about Indiana? Yeah, Indiana. Yeah, so you're in line. Indiana's likely going to get hit from around 10 o'clock. It should be over Lafayette, Indianapolis, Bloomington, Louisville, Fort Wayne, probably towards 10, 11 o'clock tonight. Probably a lower end hail threat and gustier winds. I would imagine the tornado threat would be subsided by then. Will it be worse tomorrow? No, there's no actually no. There's no severe storms tomorrow. This is it. If you don't get anything today, you're done. It's just rain, and then rain Saturday. The capping inversion stole all the rain in Texas, Dallas again. Yeah, it was just it was one of those days that it looked a lot worse this morning. That's for sure. I know the runs were coming in this afternoon. Every run just looked less and less, and everything trended north. Everything definitely trended north, and it's actually even further north towards. But yeah, this is the main area in Missouri that was definitely supposed to get all the worst stuff, and this is definitely coming to fruition. Yeah, if anything, this was probably one of those days that I would say overperformed compared to what was forecasted. In at least some pockets, other stuff was well underdone. But yeah, it is one of those situations where, I mean, especially with the isolated stuff, I mean, it's very difficult to pinpoint exactly who's actually going to get and more of an isolated basis where the atmosphere is going to pop. I mean, it's getting cold fast in eastern Oklahoma. Yeah, it looks like that front is pretty much past past Oklahoma City now. Yeah, it's almost to Tulsa. Pretty much in Tulsa now. Actually, let me click off and get back on. Yeah, this front's probably not accurate. It's probably further east than it is. What's the largest hail reported? Baseball size. We did get confirmed baseball size, 3.25 inches baseball size. And I know we've had at least 5 or 6 tornadoes that I know of. We've had a 74 mile per hour wind gust. That was right there. That could have been a possible tornado in itself. How warm is tomorrow in Oklahoma? I think that front came through, and I think it's only supposed to be in the 50s. Get too much open. Okay, so it's dropped down, like Oklahoma City's dropped down to 56. So you get the teaser front. Oklahoma City's like 68 tomorrow, but then 57 on Saturday. This was after like 76 degrees today. All right, we still have 5 radar indicated tornadoes, and then we're getting another Boeing feature coming out of Redbud, heading towards Sparta. That continues to look pretty nasty in itself. That's just north of Chester, north of the Chester region. Is this a larger outbreak than what was expected? I mean, yeah. I mean, I mean, we were expecting activity. I mean, it's not like the tornadoes are unfolding not where it was forecasted, because that was, right around St. Louis, southeast Missouri was going to be the favorite area. I mean, you never know. I mean, sometimes these 5% days don't come together. I mean, but this one had a lot to work with. This is towards peak heating, so this is one of those setups that, just like the Iowa setup, it hit towards peak heating. So it was a much bigger event. You had the Kansas stuff that hit overnight. I mean, you did have storms, but they were a lot less severe, and it was closer. And in a lot of areas like Oklahoma, then, West Texas didn't really see much of anything from that activity. Yeah, but you can get stuff 24 hours a day, but definitely the peak heating events are always the most, or typically a lot of times the most severe. Because now that now that the sun's lowering and we're losing some of the energy in the atmosphere, and we're losing some of that daytime heating, I mean, we're gonna start seeing this line start to come down a little bit. I think we peaked at 8. I don't think we'll be seeing 8 tornado warnings at the exact same time like we saw earlier. We still have 5, but we don't have a confirmed tornado on the ground like we did earlier either. But you can definitely see. I mean, this whole line is pretty intense. It's got some Boeing features at times for sure. So all right, so it looks like they did in fact extend that tornado warning. So brand new tornado warning along this line. still moving east at 50 miles an hour, still moving east at 50 miles an hour. So if we're central Illinois, south central Illinois, looks like favored targets are Sandoval and to Odin at 720. All right, so let's head further south. Is there anything happening in Arkansas? Still got that one cell in Antlers. Yeah, nothing's actually popping in much of the Metroplex. And then we still have that tornado warning further south by Lampasas. Got some 70-mile-per-hour winds. We've got quarter to golf ball size hail, and those cells. But yeah, there is the warm front still draped across the St. Louis region. These are all moving east, southeast. Let's look at the convective models because it looks like it's probably updated by now. We'll let that load. Or at least this is the new one. All right, so this is 8 o'clock. This is potentially about an hour from now. So by 8 o'clock, we still have that squall line pretty much holding its own, coming out of Springfield, heading towards the Evansville region. It's still insinuating there could be one or two supercells trying to form south of Dallas, maybe towards Tyler. That's about an hour from now. We do have some activity maybe impacting Chicago, but that doesn't terribly look too bad. Definitely some heavier rains, maybe in another hour or so. Squall line starts to approach the Indianapolis region towards 9 o'clock, Lafayette, just west of Evansville. Yeah, again, not much of anything in Dallas. 9 o'clock. So this is midnight now. So this is midnight. So this is a lot less severe. Definitely lower intensity on the reds and the purples and oranges there. So just some heavier rains. Squall line moving through Fort Wayne, back to Indianapolis, into Louisville. Looks like some activity possibly that showed it last time towards Little Rock, towards the Jonesboro region, heading into Memphis. That is midnight, folks. And there's 1 o'clock in the morning heading towards Cincinnati, Louisville. But you can see it breaking up. I mean, as you get into 2 o'clock, so you lose a lot of the heating, right? It just kind of spreads out. You lose the intensity big time. Toledo into Lansing, down towards Louisville, into Lexington. So maybe some storms maybe impacting Little Rock by then, the Memphis, Tennessee region. This would be in the overnight hours. Maybe headed towards Cleveland. And again, it's not even severe. As it entered Cleveland, it's likely not severe at that point. So this is the latest high resolution run that we have to work with. This just shows you model guidance of these cells coming through. And yeah, again, it looks to be that favorite area into Missouri, maybe pushing further south towards Memphis and to Clarksville in the overnight. But it doesn't look like anything. Yeah, really in Oklahoma, really much of much of Texas there besides these two cells. That doesn't seem to be going away. There could be some pockets trying to form just south of Dallas, but it doesn't appear anything in the Metroplex. But that is the latest high resolution guidance. So let's go back to real radar. Yeah, we're heading towards Salina. Just got a severe thunderstorm watch notification. You didn't do it. You didn't have it before because it's been there for like 2 hours, 3 hours. Hey, Mark, do you think you can get it Ohio? No, I honestly don't. I mean, it's just going to be, it doesn't reach your area until like, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. So I don't think those are going to be that bad at all by the time they reach your area. All right, so let's go back to this leading edge of this squall line. Yeah, still pretty intense rotation along the leading edge of this. Still have several tornado warnings in place. Nothing confirmed at the moment, but we are continuing to be seeing this whole line continue to rotate along the leading edge. Looks like we have yet another possible one trying to form towards Sandoval, maybe towards Salem. Hey, good luck, people. Hope you get a twister. Hey, no problem, Mandy. You're welcome. Hopefully that line expands northward and gets into Indy. Yeah, it definitely looks like it's going to get into Indy. It's going to be probably, towards that 10, 11 o'clock time frame. Think these storms will stay strong past the Illinois, Indiana line. Yeah, it's probably going to be strong. I wouldn't say terribly too severe still. They're definitely going to be losing their potent by 9 o'clock. So I would say anytime after 9 o'clock, you're definitely going to be on the downward trajectory of these storms. But I appreciate everybody tuning in for the live coverage. Greatly appreciate everybody's support. Yeah, it's definitely been pretty active tonight. That's for sure. This system kind of overperformed in some areas and definitely underperformed in other areas. Still got another cell just north of Nashville there that has turned severe as well. Some 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-size hail. At this rate, that storm is moving like it's going to get a speeding ticket. Yeah, 55 miles an hour is pretty quick. Yeah, it's definitely pretty quick along that line. Hey, Claudia. Hey, no problem. You're welcome. Yeah, see, even the tornado warnings, we went from 8, we went to 5, and now we're at 3. So we're down to 3 warnings now, and we're watching the downward trajectory of these storms as they continue to push east. It was definitely busy for a little bit. I mean, there were about 2 hours right when it was entering the St. Louis region, right at that 5 o'clock time frame. That's when it really started to really explode. We started seeing, we saw that 50,000 foot cloud top. We had some confirmed tennis ball size hail, and we had that one confirmed tornado warning around 4, and then several others popped up, and then we had that confirmed tornado on the ground. And then we ended up with, I don't know, 6 or 7 maybe possible tornadoes confirmed. And there could be even more than that. But this has definitely been, it could be still classified as a tornado outbreak tonight. And technically, I think that would be actually 3 days in a row. But we're in the heart of severe weather season, folks. I mean, it looks like we take another break for about a week. And wow, it looks like it really reloads for as we get closer into next weekend. Another pretty massive trough starts building in out west by the middle of the week. And then by the time we hit into Friday, that trough comes in towards the Four Corners regions and taps into the warm sector. Yeah, it looks like dew points are from Texas to basically Canada, all the way up to the Canadian border. So that could be a multi-day event in itself. Still a ways off, still has a lot to iron out, but right now a lot of the ensemble guidance is pretty consistent on showing a very active time frame after we get about a week lull of not much of anything. So we're definitely going to be on the downward trajectory of severe storms for the next week, just because there's going to be a lot of cold air around. We're not going to have any, but that only we might have to pay the price in the back end after we really warm up, and then we still get that trough coming in out west. So we got a couple more that last another 12 minutes or so towards the Shelbyville region. These warnings are heading towards Charleston, Evansville. I mean, they're probably not going to be tornadic once they hit Evansville. Hey, it's just been raining here, no storms. I live in East Central Indiana, where we always get bypassed and skip with fizzlers. Yeah, it's just by the time it hits your area, I think you still get the rain. You're still going to get the event. It's just it's likely not going to be severe by the time it reaches your area. I think we're going to be on the downward trajectory. So you still get the squall line. You're going to get some heavier rain, probably some gusty winds, maybe some pocket change hail. But I don't think this line is going to be rotating by the time it reaches your area. Hey, still cleaning up from the April 2nd tornado right outside of Evansville, Indiana. Yeah, it's been busy. I mean, think about it. It started, was it March 14th, March 15th? That's when really severe weather kicked off. So it's been about a month. We really haven't had a lull in the action like we're going to come up for the next week. I mean, we really haven't had a break there. It's been almost on a daily basis. But yeah, there's that squall line coming through. Yeah, see, it's pretty clear in St. Louis. You might get some activity in the backside, but I don't think terribly too much to be concerned about. Let's go back down to Arkansas. Still nothing towards into. Yep, still nothing for much of the Metroplex. Yeah, even this cell down towards Texas is now uh, it's not severe. So they took away the warning. They took away the severe thunderstorm warnings. We got one little isolated cell trying to blow up towards Honey Grove and Roxton. That's new activity. I mean, they still have a severe thunderstorm watch until 11. That seems pretty long to me. Uh, they might have to cancel that before it expires because that's still another 4 hours. I can't imagine there's going to be stuff around here for another 4 hours. Hey, I'm hoping that this season will be active duration wise starting in June. Yeah, if anything, if I'm looking at the longer range, just kind of glancing at it, I mean, to me, we got the El Nino crashing. The El Nino is crashing as we speak. We're going to go into Enzo neutral, then heading towards La Nina. We're going to probably start seeing some ridging start to build up in Texas and much of the South. And I think we're going to be starting to warm up in a big way once we hit towards that probably the middle part of May for sure. That I think the ridge is going to be starting to build out of Mexico and start to coming in from the south. And I think that's when we'll start to have more ridge riders start to form up and over the ridge. And then we'll just in that transitional phase of, coming out of El Nino. I mean, I've been looking at the El Nino. It's been crashing hard. It's crashed a lot lately. So it's really losing steam. We're probably not even technically in an El Nino, or if not somewhat borderline. Let's see the latest update. Okay, so it did swing up a little bit from the crash, but yeah, the El Nino is on its way out, and we got La Nina conditions built in for summer, and of course that's just going to be around for fall and probably next winter too. Yeah, look at this cell right here. I mean, that's got some nasty hail with it. That one's up to golf ball size hail, but that's probably even intensified as we speak. That's another supercell that's showing some pretty high intensity on the hail front. Yeah, radar detected earlier 3-inch hailstone. It's like south of Ironton. Yeah, it's all by its lonesome there. Yeah, if anything, it's actually gotten more intense. Look at that. So you got 1.7, 1.2, then you have 2.7, some 3.2, 3 inches. So if anything, it's actually gotten more intense here. Oh wow, look at that. Radar detected 4 inches, folks. I don't think that's reaching the ground, but that's actually the biggest of the night we've seen. 4 inches. I've not seen a 4 incher. Yeah, look at those blues in there. That is a massive hail core. We're probably getting the biggest hail of the night right now. Out of Fredericton. This is south of Ironton. This is it looks to be in southern Missouri here. Very, very massive hail core. Look at all that purple and blue. That is intense. Yeah, this is pretty much maxed out. That is probably some baseball size hail, if not even a little bit larger. Yeah, look at that, how it's just blown up over the last frame or two. Yeah, I don't know what we're not getting any other confirmation besides that what's detected on radar. But yeah, if anything, this is definitely likely the biggest hail of the night we are seeing right now. And we'll probably have the cloud tops to contend with. Yeah, there you go, 50,000 feet. Yeah, that's why you're getting that large hail. Yeah, that's the highest cloud top we've seen tonight too, as well. Wow, and those deep purples just continue. That is not letting up either. That is a nasty hail core down there. Oh, looks like we got a new tornado warning, folks. We got a new tornado warning. This actually now is coming out of Illinois. So this is actually southeastern portions of Illinois, central Illinois at 726. Another producing thunderstorms near Latham, or 12 miles northwest of Decatur, moving east at 40 miles an hour. So another rotating supercell continues to move east about 40 miles an hour. Yeah, brand new tornado warning. And this is actually north of that squall line too. Yeah, so locations in the path are going to be it's going to be crossing Interstate 72 there. Argenta, looks like Argenta, and possibly Monticello. Yeah, brand new tornado warning. We have 3 current tornado warnings right now. The first one north of Decatur was just issued. That one's probably going to be likely to expire here shortly. And then we have another one further south that looks like rotation near Salem here. And that cell's been rotating ever since really St. Louis. Yeah, and the leading edge of the front still warrants at 70-mile-per-hour wind gust there. So we're still seeing the intensity out of that supercell anytime because it's still bowing out. So that's going to definitely warrant some higher winds. The unexpected tornado outbreak as it happened. So you should that you think that should be my title? Oh, hey Zoe, how are you doing? Yeah, and YouTube, I always do nationwide. I'm pretty much do a daily video nationwide on a daily basis. So glad you subscribed to the channel. Appreciate you tuning in to live coverage. Greatly appreciate it. Yeah, we've been watching a lot of activity tonight in Missouri, and we've had 6 or 7 confirmed tornadoes in Missouri. We've had 74-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We've had massive hail down towards Ironton, looking at the biggest of the night, likely possibly baseball size, if not a little larger now. We did have a tornado warning south of DFW. That dropped some significant hail. I don't think a confirmed tornado, but we did see some golf ball, some 2-inch hail at times, 2.25 there. But nothing else for the Metroplex. It's been very, very quiet for the Metroplex, and look at that front now. So then there's your sign, right? The front is going through Denton, it's going through Flower Mound, it's going through downtown Fort Worth. that's your decision maker right there. That's what basically is going to end any threat of. And they will. And now that the front is going through the metroplex, they're definitely going to be probably canceling that severe thunderstorm watch way before 11 o'clock. So even the stuff in the warm sector has been trying to get going towards Paris, and it's just been very difficult. It's been very having a hard time. That front is really catching up on itself. And even then, it's getting the outflow from those winds. So that's the part that was the demise of these cells down here. Because again, we remember the front's moving fast, and these cells were only moving at 10 miles an hour, so it had time to catch up with the system. So that's why it's really squashing that air mass down. So that's why that's not severe now, and it's not likely going to be. Yeah, it looks like it's past the Jefferson City region, so those areas are done for the night. Looks like St. Louis is pretty much done for the night, I would say, as well, as far as the severe stuff. But there's the cooler shot of air coming in on the backside. It's getting pretty close to Peoria now. Let's see this damage report. Looks like we had a tree blown down into Latham, Illinois. So yeah, that was a tree blown down where that tornado warning is unfolding right now. It looks like the front updated because that drastically shifted. Yeah, it looks like, let me see. Oh, as of 4 o'clock. So yeah, so it's about 3 hours behind. Okay, it's 79 degrees. Oh yeah, you can see the sun setting on the radar. Can you see that? Sun setting. All right, so now we're down to 2 warnings now, folks. We're down to 2 warnings. Yeah, so this is all this activity is definitely starting to come down. It's not nearly as intense as it was earlier, so we're definitely starting to see that downward trajectory of instability. But this cell right here is still wanting to hold its own. It's still got some pretty deep purples associated with it, and it's just dropping some significant hail. If anything was left outside in this area, this is get pounded. That's doing some serious damage, and that is windshield busting hail right there. Yeah, still pretty substantial hail core. And then we still have that flood warning further south that got all the rain. Looks like some more trees and power lines down near in Alabama. Hey, I'm currently in southern Missouri at a truck stop, and it's so dark in the clouds and potentially very strong winds. Yeah, so you're definitely getting some Boeing features out ahead of this main line. I mean, the wind gust, it does have a 70-mile-per-hour tag, severe thunderstorm warning. So you're probably going to get some pretty intense winds. I mean, if you're trying to drive a truck, you might want to wait this out for maybe an hour or so. If depends on where you need to be, but this is going to be a squall line it's probably going to have some 60, 70-mile-per-hour winds, and it doesn't appear to last too long. So if you are in southern Missouri, you're outdoors, maybe towards the Benton region and down towards that, you might want to just maybe hang tight for an hour or so to get back on the road if you need to be. Because back behind that, once that clears, and it's going to be smooth sailing back behind that system. So, but yeah, it's still pretty potent. We're still seeing some bowing features on the leading edge. But as you can see, it's transitioning. This is the transition stages of turning from an isolated hail threat, tornado threat, and then it's going into a squall line, into mainly a wind threat. So this is all trending downward, transitioning from a tornado hail threat to a wind threat, and we're probably not that far away. Let's go further north into so yeah, so you got some isolated showers heading towards Chicago, Bloomington, but these aren't severe. Yeah, this one was able to get going and separate itself from everything else, and that's why this is definitely more intense. Hey, Trucker Cowboy, thanks for tuning in to the live coverage. Always see your comments on my page. Hey, you probably get some more rainbows out of this too. Yeah. Yeah, it's actually ending nice. I mean, what sunset is what we got, what, 20 minutes away? Sunset? We should see some rainbows out there for sure. That's a cool how the gray gradient is showing the sunset. Yeah, you see that? It's coming across. The sun is setting, folks. Yeah, that is pretty weird, huh? Yeah, you can see it every update. Every update, it gets closer and closer, and then St. Louis is about to set. And there's the cold front too. So yeah, the cold front's just about knocking on the door of St. Louis, if it's not already there. Yeah, so if anything, the cold front is going to be the demise of these systems too. So that's really not much real estate between. Okay, so it looks like they did in fact issue another tornado warning now. So this is a brand new tornado warning. Another supercell moving at 50 miles an hour. This has had some extensive straight line wind damage. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight line winds. Located along this line near Hartville or near Mason, moving east at 50 miles an hour. So moving east at 50 miles an hour. So we're talking, if you're on Interstate 57, that's between mile marker 146 and 159, or Interstate 70 is between mile markers 86 and 93. So be on high alert. We're talking Wheeler around 7:55, Heartland at 7:45 in the next 5 minutes. So it's still rotating on the leading edge of this squall line that we've been tracking for a while now, over 5 hours it looks like. Yeah, sun setting's pretty much, yeah, it's already crossed over St. Louis. It's going quick, huh? Yeah, even on the model runs, I said you can't take that verbatim because it was actually showing a little bit of activity and it's nothing. I mean, yeah, the cold front is well in reach now. It's eating away any warm sector quickly. Yeah, this cell's trying to hang on with the hail. Yeah, anything coming for DFW? Yeah, probably not. I mean, the cold front is really on the doorstep. It's pretty much across in the Metroplex as we speak. So yeah, it doesn't look like anything in DFW. Everything was that those two cells south, San Saba, Lampasas, Hamilton. Hey, you're at St. Louis at the airport. Yeah, it should be smooth sailing. Just a couple sporadic showers and thunderstorms, but nothing severe. But yeah, pretty nasty squall line on that leading edge. Yeah, Mark, I don't know how strong they'll be in Ohio. I mean, we're still a ways away. I mean, I don't see how strong they're going to be. And you're talking 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. I think you're going to get the squall line. It's going to lose its luster. I mean, by the time it reaches your area, it's just going to really start to break apart. It'll lose a lot of the instability. I mean, we're already seeing that, and you're still a good ways away. Yeah, I mean, it's already starting to. Let's look at this hail core. Wow, this is pretty impressive hail core down here. It's still going strong. Yeah, so they went ahead and extended the severe thunderstorm warning, and rightfully so. It's going to be crossing over County Road 67 into Junction City. That's going to continue moving eastbound. There's the city of Mount Vernon. The leading edge is still warranting a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust potential. Decatur. Decatur, Illinois. No, well, yeah, you're past. I mean, everything's. I would say you're in the all clear. That tornado warning is further north, and that's moving east. It's not moving your way, and this is well past you. So, and this isn't severe. So, no, I don't think you're going to get anything the rest of the evening as far as severe stuff. I don't know. We'll see. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, you're actually more in line for this possible tornado. I would definitely I would definitely take cover for sure because this will likely be extended into your area in the next and was it Dundas, Illinois? Yeah, so it's essentially right here, and so yeah, this squall line's coming out of Louisville, but it's this system right here that has a radar indicated tornado. This would probably be extended, I would say, and yeah, definitely be on a high alert. You're probably still 20 or 30 minutes away, but you're definitely in line to get this system. The line is downward, and we're up in Ohio. How strong is the storm coming towards? Just west of Indianapolis, waiting for it to show up. Yeah, probably in Indianapolis, maybe towards 10 o'clock. I would say 10 o'clock time frame in Indianapolis. But yeah, we've been doing live coverage for about 5.5 hours or so, folks. Greatly appreciate you tuning in tonight. It's definitely been a busy evening, that's for sure. Yeah, there is some activity trying to form along the front there towards the Wentzville region. That activity might come down towards the St. Louis again, but it likely won't be severe at all. But yeah, this is going to go into the evening, folks. So I think we are, still about another hour or two left of, fairly strong, fairly strong thunderstorms. The leading edge still could have some 60, 70 mile per hour wind gusts with it. But yeah, it's eventually going to head towards Ohio. I mean, Indianapolis towards like 10 o'clock, maybe Ohio after midnight, and then basically it'll just kind of fall apart after it gets back to that, towards 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. So, but I appreciate everybody tuning in. I'm probably gonna be signing off for the evening. Thanks for tuning in to live coverage. We'll definitely do this again when it's warranted, maybe possibly end of next week when it gets active again. But we are going to go through a little bit of a lull for about a week or so, I think, on the severe weather front. So that's going to be a good thing. So that's going to be a nice to get some breaks from all this severe storms, at least. All right, thanks everyone. Appreciate you tuning in. Y'all be safe the rest of the evening. And appreciate you guys watching. Thanks for the donations, all the support out there. Greatly appreciate it. Welcome all the new subscribers to the channel. And I'll probably be back with another video sometime tomorrow. All right. Y'all have a good night.